Hey everybody, welcome to Hash Church episode 52. 52, brother.
52.
D420K in the house today for Hash Church. Always nice to have a guest. I'm going to wait a few seconds here till the YouTube chat. You see how it's a black screen? I gotta wait for it to engage so I can mute it. Otherwise my voice interrupts. I used to be able to mute it right away. Now we gotta wait. There it is, muted. And what we're going to do now is we're going to send out the links, everybody. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Let's get these sent off via there. I got my guy via Skype. I'll send that link off. And then we will send off the link to our email guys. Where did that email link go? Anyone? There it is. We'll send that off. All right. So we'll get this over here. See how many things I got to set up, D?
Oh, yeah.
It's no shortage.
It's a process, man.
All right. There we go. I think it's organized. I got the links out. Let's have a bong rip. What do you say, D?
Bong rip.
I made a little niceness yesterday. A little of that Lindsay OG for D and myself.
I had just a rip of that just before we turned on.
His mic not muted. Welcome, Nick. We just muted your mic real quick. I think you had your YouTube chat was going on there. But welcome. You're the first. Not very often someone beats Etienne to chat, let me tell you.
How you doing, Western Farmer? Let's see, I'm saying hi there.
Yep. How you doing, Nick?
In shape. Thanks, guys. Just doing my own thing, walking and doing a little bit of home training.
There it is.
That's it. My wife was, come on, babe, you got to get healthier. Get off your fat ass and do something. So I said, okay.
Wicked.
Well, I'm doing it.
There you go.
Happy wife, happy life. That's what the saying is, I guess. So.
No denying that. I can assure everyone, after 25 years of being with my wife, happy wife is a happy life. And I would like to welcome Mr. Scaldone at his, maybe in Denver on waiting on a flight, as well as Mr. Turtle, Mr. Aaron the Turtle. It must be a warm day out. Get that shirt on. Get in the greenhouse.
It's another hot one over here.
I don't believe it. Callie, hot?
Congratulations on 100, buddy.
Dude, congratulations on for all of us, you know? Like, this is a cool thing that we've been doing for a friggin' year. A year!
Yeah. A year, eh?
Some exciting times, huh?
Yeah, you know, it really is. Things are blooming in a way that it seems like our entire industry for the first time went into flower, and we're actually going to finish.
I sure hope so. I hope none of them take 12 weeks, 13 weeks.
I'm going to watch the first episode of Hash Church later on just to see the difference on where we've come from and where it's taken us.
And I was talking to Mark the other day. I watched the first episode on Thursday, and it's quite different. It's a random group of people that jump in, and Mark's like, "Hey, how's it going? Where are you from? What are you doing?" And there's a bunch of people that don't even have cameras, and it's definitely a different experience for sure.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's come a long ways from the beginning. That's for sure. It's incredible. It's fucking awesome. Is what it is.
It's wonderful. I can't believe it. And there's already almost 400 people watching. So you know today people have literally been excited to come and hang out in Hash Church. Oh yeah. Well, there's it, Tam. Why hasn't he sent? Maybe the link doesn't go out when I send it to too many people at once. I have to say that must be happening because I just sent that link to a lot of people and only 2 people came in.
You know what, buddy? Sometimes when I've seen
I'd be sleeping, bro.
Get it? It was because it was a group message, not just the message from you, and that's where
it is a group message.
Yeah, and that's where.
But it should still pop up on your screen and show you that you got a message.
It does up there.
Perfect. That's all I need. As long as it's warning the people that you're getting a message, that's all I require. If people can't figure out the message at 9 a.m. for Hash Church that they get every week, oy vey. Is that what we say, Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That is correct. That is correct.
That
Well, I'm
is
excited.
correct.
We've got a little bit of a good some good things happening today. We've got the real OG Kush story from Josh is coming in. That's his Instagram account. I'm not claiming that his story is any more real than anyone else's story. I don't know about the stories. I just know that he's going to come in and share a little bit of information about that with us. So I thought that was kind of cool that he was willing to do that. Thanks again to Mr. McCormick for setting that up, and I guess
That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah. Do you know Josh as well?
You know, I know Josh through people. We know the same people. You know, there's only so many people back in the day that had what came from Josh. You know, and yeah, it's going to be good to see him on the church. You know, I definitely want to hear the thing. You know, our crew, like, it's always been one of the biggest questions that we've gotten. Oh, what OG Kush do you have? You know, or what Kush do you have? And like, for me, there was only one back in the day. You know, and then as our company grew. Even before our company, there was only one. And then as our company grew, we moved to Amsterdam, then you started seeing multiple names popping up.
Can we do an like a timeline here? So your company started in 03, 04, 04?
03, 04, yeah.
Okay, so 03, 04. That Kush went to LA around 97, 98, is that correct?
It was here before that.
Like 90 what?
92, 93, 94.
92, 93, 94. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
And like our crew has had it in their stable like maybe about a year after.
Okay.
Maybe a year afterwards. I mean, like
in 93 or something.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Todd was a part of that crew, bro. So yeah. I mean, like,
I think
we all know the same people.
I thought they were going to say a bit later. I thought that they were talking a little later, but then again, I wasn't there. And when you're only listening to stories, it's and then as you get older, sometimes certain people remember 20 years ago differently than other people remember 20 years ago. And I think it's how we get, you know, so many different stories. Yes. Indeed. Someone says, ask Be Real. Well, did not Josh used to hang out quite a bit with Be Real back in the day?
Well, well, I'll just say how I know it came about. I know Josh was on one side of the United States. I know another guy that came over to this side, and he's the one that passed it out to a few people. Be Real, the Cypress Hill crew, they were part of that. They were part of that circle. You know, and then there's a few other guys. There's a guy. I mean, I really can't wait till Josh comes on because like I can verify some of my things through him. But like one person moved up to Tahoe. That person, well, he took the cut with him, and then you have a Tahoe OG. You know, like I've known Be Real since I want to say like '95.
Okay. Okay,
and. Yeah, right around 95, and then like it's got to be right around there because I remember Tangy was like 95. It was like right in that 95, but it's gonna be like I think it's gonna be really cool to hear what Josh has got to say, and you know because there's multiple stories out there, and through like the rumor mill, and then there's the story.
Right. Well, exactly it. And you know, it's a lot of people that I see having what they consider OG Kush. It's really not like what Josh has at all.
Well, I mean, you have variations. You have people who have grown OG, and maybe they had an issue or something, and then the seed popped out, you know, out of that one bud or that 2 pounds of weed, you know, and then you got that guy who finds that seed and gives it to a grower, and then that grower grows it out and calls it something else.
Well, that's the story, because the story I got from Josh was that it was indeed from Florida, and that it was that crippy weed that got, you know, a couple of seeds got cracked. And well, I sure hope he makes it in because he's having technical difficulties, of course. I tried to send him the link about 5 days ago just to see if it was going to work, because I really, really, really want to hear from him. In particular, it's nice to hear, you know, your memory of things from being there all throughout the whole time, and then also to get Todd in here and to get Josh in here would be a real nice trio of stories. But I guess we'll have to wait for Josh's technical difficulties. In the meantime, definitely want to welcome Horatio and True and Heather into the room, and the Terp Hog. What's up, Terp Hog?
Who's the Terp Hog?
The Terp Hog says, "What's up?"
What's up? Here, I think I've got some terps for you here. You need some terps? Suck that back real quick.
Ooh, look at you.
Terps! Everyone should have terps.
I got some in my fridge.
I'm gonna.
Wow, you know, from your avatar, Heather, I just opened your screen now, but it looked like you were in the tropics. Like your kind of greenish roof looked like it was blue-green sky. And yeah, I literally, from just your small picture, it looked like you were like in a beautiful outdoor place by water.
I'm actually kind of in a beautiful place by water. We're in San Diego today. I'm actually getting ready to go speak. I have a panel at 10 o'clock where I'll be talking about the medical approach to cannabis use. So that should be pretty fun and entertaining.
That's awesome.
But I definitely wanted to pop in and, you know, say happy anniversary for 1 whole year, Marcus, and the Hash Church team here. You guys are just killing it. So I'm excited to be here and spread a little bit of love this morning as much as I can before I've got to zip off and go be brilliant.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you stopping in. It's always nice to have some ladies in the room. We got a lot of males in the room. Although we managed to hold it together, we don't get at each other's throats too bad. The energy is always nicely balanced when a lady is in the room. So I appreciate that. Always welcome in Hash Church.
Yeah, I heard that Wendy and Colton Turner are going to be on. So I was hoping to be on with them so I could share a little love with Wendy and Colton, but I'll inject my female energy here and zip off in a little while, and then I know she'll be jumping on to give you another nice balance. So please tell them I said hello if I missed them.
Absolutely, I will. I never heard back from them, but I figured that they would potentially come in for a little visit and say hello. Tell us what's going on. Oh yeah, there it is. I see it. I didn't see that until now. She is going to come in, as is Samantha Elvey. So there we go. She's on her way back from seeing the Trailer Park Boys live. Geez, she should have let me know. I could have set it up so she got like a nice picture with them. Kay from Trichomes Technologies got the most epic picture of himself with the Trailer Park Boys, and it just makes me laugh every time I look at it. If you guys... if you haven't seen it and you have the opportunity, ask him to show it to you. It's pretty awesome. So what's terping over there, Nick?
Not much, man. We're hanging out up in Oregon. We got the Goonies Rock out back on the beach. Just kind of checking out the legal scene up here, and then seeing what Oregon has to offer. So.
Excellent. We'll get it all sorted out, buddy. Get it all sorted out.
Yeah, man, it's beautiful up here. It reminds me a lot of Northern California with the scenery and how it's such a slower pace of speed than the Bay Area and Southern California. So it's definitely something that I've needed for a while. I've been so ramped up in the Bay Area and working, and getting away for a little while is very, very welcome.
Yeah, I saw your photo of the Goonie Rock. That was pretty classic.
Yeah, that's literally, my buddy's house is on the beach. We can go upstairs, and that's literally the view that we have right from his house. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty ill.
So for anyone watching Hash Church that wants to go visit these guys, they'll be all out on this. I swear he said it was across from this rock, bro. It's got to be that one. There's only 12,000 people that are going to see this. I'm sure no one will do it. Hey, how's it going, True? True's got the screens out. Looks like he's sifting.
How's my sound? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay, brother. Where are you at these days?
I'm in beautiful Barcelona, a little bit outside of the centre. Yeah, settled into Spain beautifully. Doing a little bit of sifting, keeping myself in good smoke with some sift until crop comes down. But yeah, life is good. Been enjoying some rosin. HQ's got the press set up on a regular basis, so the influence of rosin hit Barcelona in a big way. The Hash Church movement kind of really spread. People now go to HQ on a regular basis and press out their bud or sift, and just everybody kind of that goes to HQ now knows of rosin, and it's kind of taken over in a big way, so it's amazing to see that.
Letting people smoke radioactive cigarettes there. That's the thing that kills me. I love HQ. They got amazing fresh squeezed juices, Russian pool table, like big ceilings, an amazing fan system, and like a great hashes and great weed, and amazing people, like truly amazing people. The cigarettes, the last time I was there, really made me wonder if I was ever going to be able to go back.
Yeah.
It was a bummer.
When there's big gatherings, it does tend to get like that. On your average day you go there, you wouldn't even really acknowledge any tobacco smoke. It's so few and far between, but it seems that large gatherings, people start drinking, and then their nicotine addiction really gets the better of them, and they just start chuffing away on the tobacco. And yeah, it's the culture out here. People will just spark up a cigarette at a dinner table, and yeah, it's different.
Can't handle it. Hey, I wanted to welcome Josh into the room. He made it. Technical difficulties or not, you are an overcomer.
That's what we like to see.
Hey, Mark, thanks for having me on, man.
Dude, how about that for timing? The second you say something, Todd McCormick's like, my ears are burning. I'm going to go check out what's going on in Hash Church here real quick. Josh just got into the room. Todd, welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
We talked a tiny little bit about your OG, actually from Aaron's memory, who's just back in the room now as well. So I'll kind of leave it up to you guys, Todd and Josh and Aaron, the three people that were around, that do remember, and that are still actively a part of this community. So welcome, Josh, the real OG Kush story, coming to Hash Church.
What up?
Good morning, Aaron.
How's it going, Josh?
Going great, man. How you been?
Been good. Hotter than shit already up here today.
Oh, yeah? I'm up here in Washington, a little different.
Yeah, you guys got a little more sea breeze than we do.
A little bit.
So tell us the story, Josh. Let the world know how, what, when, why. I mean, I've been around. I've been born and raised in LA. I know B for a long time. I've known Todd since since you pretty much got out, Todd?
Well, I mean, I wanted to bring Matt Bubba on this show because he was my roommate at the time that I was growing, and I had basically been pressing him to go get this strain out in Florida from where he went to college from in Gainesville. And, he's telling me, oh, this is the Holy Grail, and I'm telling him, hey, we're in California. I mean, if it's not here, it doesn't exist right now. That's kind of where I was in 95. And in 96, he went to Florida, went and visited his buddy Red Fuji, and literally they had about one light going on at that time. So he went out there, and I pick him up from the airport, and he has a Ziploc baggie full of cuttings that he had sprayed with water. And I'm like, whoa, what is up with that? And he's like, look, we're going to go get some dip and grow. I'm going to show you how to clone these things. And wouldn't you know, the Bubba, because it's a hardy indica, all of those rooted. And he had another variety called the KY, and then he had the Kush. These guys were calling it Kush already. The OG Kush didn't come till later, the name. But, only one of those cuttings made it. And I think from that one cutting, I think is what you see this Kush movement was born from. And of course, it has its lineage in Florida prior to that. But I think when it hit the West Coast, and we really, I think, put it on the map and started doing big things with it. So and getting the cut out there and so on.
I remember those days. 7,200.
8,000. No.
8,000.
Yeah.
7,800. Depends on who you knew.
Well,
Yeah.
When there were smaller operations, so smaller operations, when there's only so much to go around, there eventually after a while started becoming a bidding war, and then
I was just with our mutual friend Mr. Saki yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And we kind of giggled about it, because not too many people go back that far within the cruise. You know what I'm saying? I've known Be Real longer than I've known Kenji.
Right.
But we still rolled around in the same circles because we're LA, and we talked a little bit about the Bubba, about those seeds.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, totally. And it's like, when you find out, I'm like, well, why don't you get any credit, bro? I asked my buddy, why don't you get here? I don't give a shit, you don't want no credit. But from all of us seed breeders in the world, Josh, thank you for making that connection and having Homeboy bring that thing out and everything, because you have started a craze. Many great hybrids have come off of the OG, and that clone has changed the face of California 100%. So muchas gracias, Homeboy. Thank you. Thank you. You've added to our genetic strain base of our company and help us create many hybrids. With that, the one thing, it's like, I was saying this earlier before you guys got on, is like the $1 million question over the past decade is what clone did you get? What cutting of OG? And for me, there was only one cutting. And the only time that there wasn't one cutting was when I was handed cuttings from other people that said, this is this. This is this. We only have 2 cuts in our stable of OG Kush. We have a cut that was handed to us as Jew Gold, and we have a cut that was handed to us through our mutual friends, Todd, that we go back into the same smoke shop together, which was just OG Kush, LA Kush from back in the day, And I've tried to, as a seed company, we try to keep the lineage or the strain name the same. And when you have 90 cuts of OG Kush, it's kind of hard to say, hey, which one's which. But I only have really 2, and then we have another one that we started from seed that was supposedly OG S1, and that's our OG 18 that came from those seeds. Whether, I can't tell you the whole story. I just know when those seeds were handed down to me, they were labeled OG S1s. So I call it OG 18 because it was number 18 out of 100, that was the one. But OG is OG. I mean, Todd's been rocking it for as long as I've known him.
Well,
Our mutual friend has been rocking it with Todd for that long. I mean, you've been to Galaxy Gallery back in the day, Josh. You know some of my friends.
oh yeah, man.
You know, honestly, just to clear things up, I mean, from my side of it is I first got Kush back in the 90s when I was still going through the federal situation. I mean, it came to me after I got busted, and a friend came to me and said, hey, you know, would you like a cut of the Kush, you know? And it was basically known to me that the person that had it basically admired what I was trying to do with my activism, and the fact that I wasn't really apologetic for growing when I got busted. I was actually pretty adamant that I had, you know, rights to do it. And it came to me as the Kush, not OG Kush initially. And, you know, that name, the OG, kind of came along later, at least in my, like 98, 99, because in 97 when I first encountered it, Kush, it was just the Kush. And part of the conversation that happened to me was I went to Rob Clark and basically asked him, what is this? Is this a misnomer? Are we calling this Kush when it's not Kush? Because I had grown Hindu Kush out in Amsterdam, multiple varieties of Hindu Kush, and OG Kush, or the Kush, was nothing like Hindu Kush. So I was asking these questions to Rob Clark, and his attitude was it was a hybrid. It wasn't really like a Hindu Kush strain per se, because it wasn't all leafy. It didn't have the characteristics of Hindu Kush exactly. You know, it had the characteristics of a complex hybrid. Just which hybrid?
Grew a little taller.
Go ahead.
Grew a little bit taller than most Hindu Kushes that I've seen.
Yeah, it grew fast, but it didn't have tons of leaves around the flowers, you know, and so it wasn't really like your typical leafy Hindu. You know, Jack Hera is on one of the covers of High Times, and he's holding up a big pine cone of really good Hindu Kush grown up in Mendocino County. That's very typical of like a Hindu Kush, like very leafy, leaves all over it, heavy resin. But that wasn't OG. Can you tell us when did it start getting called OG? What happened there?
I think in about 98, around then. Really you started seeing our production go up, and you started seeing the term Kush being used for everything. So that's where the term OG was spawned from. The fact that everywhere you went, people had Kush. There was only a few of us that really had it, and you know, we started calling it the original, the OG. Of course, that for some of us in our circle turned into original gangsta just because we're from Los Angeles, I think, of the culture and such. But really, to me, and I believe a few of us, the OG just stood for original, and I was just getting into those, you know, after a while I was like, Kush, what kind of Kush? Well, it's the original Kush. What kind of original Kush? Well, it's the original. Okay, well, then it was like the original OG. What kind of OG Kush is it? You know, but I could walk into a grow room with 80 lights, and you could have 80 varieties, and I could see it from across the room, and I go, there's that lanky bastard, you know, there she is right there, because she's so defined in structure and in aroma, in every aspect. You can look at the roots almost and say, hey, this is OG Kush, because the roots are very spaghetti-like, they're very thin, as compared to, you know, everything else.
Leaf pattern too, Josh.
Leaf pattern,
very distinctive.
Very distinctive. Even color of leaf, color of stem. You know, so now I started seeing the S1s also come along, but those were called OG Kush too. Also, they were so close that people, I think, close to me were trying to find a variety that rooted, you know, healthier, had a, you know, just an all-around healthier root system that maybe put off some more weight. And, you know, then I started seeing those S1s come out. But nothing has ever compared in the high to the original cut, in my opinion, as of yet.
You don't like those 3-week rooting varieties?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm down to 10 days, I'm so excited. I like call my whole family.
I was talking with Sean, and we would talk about like how long they would take to root, you know. And
I don't have that problem. I actually don't have that. OG, when it's healthy, roots really efficiently for me. I mean, when I got out of prison, honestly, it's what got me back up on my feet again. If it wasn't for OG, I would have been screwed. And that was, Select Strains in LA was my little company, and I was selling OG cuttings 2004, 2005 until Dina Browner turned me in 2006 and stole what I was doing with my little Select Strains nursery. And OG was literally everywhere that I could get it in 2004, 5, and 6. I got turned in June 9th, 2009, but up until that point, OG was my saving grace.
Yeah, I want to say I saw OG like 95,
No,
Right
I,
around
never, I
95.
didn't encounter Kush until 97, and it was weed, and then later on I got the cutting, and it wasn't OG Kush until a little later, until like 98 I heard people starting to call it OG, and it was just original, and it was a lot of us saying, no, this is the Kush, this is the Kush, and it became original Kush, or OG Kush, and then I checked out and went to prison from 2000 to 2004, so.
Yeah, I remember it being Kush, and then LA Kush, and then I want to say when like the CBS heads and the Cypress guys around, that's when it really started becoming OG.
Yeah, I mean, I totally remember the first year of doing this, and
You're good, Josh.
oh, okay. Yeah, I remember the first year of doing this, and one of my buddies had a Connect, and next thing you know, like B-Reel's at our house, like at the hype of Cypress Hills, era, and it was just, imagine like 26 years old and being, B-Reel's over smoking out at your table. I mean, it was pretty neat, it was pretty neat. And then we proceeded in '97 to go to San Francisco, and we had a secret cup there. And I remember this thinking, I think I have something special here with this variety. I mean, it was such a low producer for us at first that really it was just smoked by our circle that was doing it, But the feedback I started getting, of course, the excitement is already starting to brew. We go up to San Francisco, and we had a secret cup, and it won with flying colors. But that strain then landed in San Francisco with my partner in '97, and I believe he is responsible for some of the genetics, maybe even responsible with the Cookie Fam stuff. I'm not sure where they got their OG, but he definitely had it in the Bay Area, and then from there, we were going to Tahoe all the time. Used to live there also, and I believe probably the Tahoe strain was that OG that came from my partner in the Bay, and then you started seeing this thing spread out. And it's just been pretty awesome. I just have to say, that I'm just completely appreciative, man, of the whole ride, and to see everybody still using this variety and this strain for their genetics and future genetics and studies and so on makes me really excited. And I hope that trend keeps going forward.
You have no idea, buddy.
Well, I think projects like Phylos are really going to show us the DNA connection that a lot of these strains have, and I honestly think that it goes back to the similarity with music. A lot of people don't realize there's only 12 notes in music. Everything we've ever listened to comes out of these 12 principal notes, and I think there's not that many notes of cannabis, if you will. There's just, we have a lot of subtle differences, but there's not that many specific differences to cannabis.
Hey, I wanted to...
Mark, you're muted.
I don't know why it keeps going muted and then unmuted. I just wanted to welcome the people into the room that came in, which was Remo and Jeff and Ramon and Rick. And is that correct that maybe even the Skunkman is off camera in the house at Hash Church episode 52?
if I talk, do you hear me?
Hell yeah, I hear you. That's awesome, guys. Wow. Dude, welcome.
You got, man.
Wow. Can we ask Sam the origin of Haze, please?
Well, howdy, Todd. I'm not sure you can ask me much that you don't already know, but you can try.
I got a question. I got a really good question.
Which is?
Can you tell us a secret on how you make such great dry sift?
Sure, but you'll have to come on over to my house so I can shoot you afterwards.
I hope you're doing well, Sam.
I hope you are too.
I'll be there in 2 weeks.
It sounds like you're keeping busy, dude.
I am, brother. I am. What's happening?
Hey Sam, could you for sure talk a little about Skunk 1 and the impact, obviously, that it made on indoor growing for us all? I mean, some of us sitting in the room obviously know the story, and but it would be really nice to hear you talk about Skunk number 1.
I'm not sure what people want to hear, but it was one of the first indica sativa hybrids. But what was more unusual about it was that it was fairly stabilized, so that when you grew it and you made seeds from it, then you pretty much got what you wanted. A lot of the other indica sativa hybrids, and there weren't a lot of them around back in the mid-'70s when Skunk was created, but yeah, it helped change, but also a lot of people complained that it was too stinky. And what it was stinky from, of course, was terpenes. So you can't win. The best stuff is stinky.
We like the stinky. We do. So that was something you put together in the mid-'70s? Skunk 1 really started in the mid-'70s?
Yeah. It was started in the mid-'70s, correct, and was already available by, I think, 78 at the latest, I forget.
When was it introduced to the Dutch scene? Because obviously there are no skunks in Holland.
Not until 84, and then 85, seriously.
Wow. And it became a staple in the breeding lines of almost everybody doing seeds as soon as you introduced it.
It was one of the easiest plants to hybridize and get predictable results with, and often the hybrids were better than either parent. So yeah, people liked it for that.
When did you decide you didn't like that dank Afghani part of the skunk and
pretty much from the beginning, Aaron? What I had was I had hazes at the time, which I loved. That's really what I was smoking. And when I would smoke the skunk, it was strong. It was really interesting. It gave good bud structure, but it also had that kind of high, which was what I call kind of narcotic couch lock. And it's not really what I like. So I found out that the sweeter ones were more towards I want. So for almost 10 years, I selected away from the skunkier ones. Then I brought it to the Netherlands and did really large grow-outs of 20,000 from seed. And what that allowed is selection of plants, which were really super, the best of the best. And I selected 10 of those girls, 10 boys from those grows. And they grew out to the progeny and was able to just determine which combined the best to produce the best progeny really easy. Well, easy after I selected another large group of plants, thousands.
Well, from all of us seed breeders who are out here in the world, Senior Sam the Skunk Man, thank you very much for your contribution into making our industry what it is today too, bro.
Absolutely. I'm really happy that I helped tipped the balance to what it is today, which is really unstoppable. The world governments have not admitted that they've been defeated, but the truth of it is, of course, that the war on cannabis is completely lost. They're just punching it out a few places.
I would say ditto from the hash makers, Mr. Skunkman Sam. And we also appreciate all that you've done to severely tip the scales. I give you props all the time in being one of the people that 100% inspired me into water hash and into dry sift for certain. So, you know, you never know what it would be like without you, but I appreciate that we don't have to wonder.
I look forward to the day when anybody who wants to smoke a legal cannabis product can get, you know, dry sift that's 90 to even better 99.9% resin heads, and of their favorite varieties. And that day is already reachable by a few of us, and will soon be reachable by anybody who wishes it.
Yeah, could you please talk about the Haze brothers and the strain Haze and its origin? Because it's one of my favorites as well.
Haze was really started by a friend of mine up in the hills of Santa Cruz, and he also a friend of Rob Clark's was also involved in this, and well, helping the guy. And what it was a combination of Punta Rojas, so also a green Colombian and a raw Colombian. So and those three were combined to create what was called the original Haze. Then some South Indian and Thai genetics that I gave was added a little bit later, but that was not really the original Haze. That was sort of the later Haze, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah.
Would what you're describing as the later Haze be what some of us become known as, like the stuff that Neville was putting out? The NL5 by Haze was obviously very hazy.
I'm not sure if he got stuff that had Thai and or South Indian genetics in it, or if he got stuff that was just plain Colombian, because the Colombian expressed green, lime, goldish, purple, and the silver blues. Those were all coming from just Colombian genetics. So I can't say. I'm not sure. After Phylos checks genetic materials, we might have some of these answers, whether or not there's Thai or South Indian genes in them or not.
How many distinctly different varieties of cannabis, Sam, do you think there are?
I don't know. By traditional is what I would consider a variety, and there was hundreds, because just in South America there might have been 100. Just in India there might have been 100, but I don't know, a few hundred. What it really boils down to is most of them have only THC, so it's the terpene plus the THC, maybe a few other cannabinoids, but those aren't really making it recreationally better, but they might be useful for some other purposes. So a lot of people like medical varieties with CBD in them, for example.
Are the terpenes in cannabis unique to cannabis?
No, the 140 terpenes identified in cannabis so far are also found in all kinds of other plants too. But we know that the 140 that have been identified in cannabis so far might potentially be modifying THC and the other cannabinoids, whereas other ones found other places that are not found in cannabis are much less likely to be having anything to do with modifying cannabinoids.
Hey, anybody else? I'm sorry I keep being the one to ask questions, but I could ask Sam questions.
You're such a Bogart, Todd.
Todd's guarding the Sam.
I've got a question for Sam. Time and time again, I always go back to kind of thinking about how you were able to select and thinking about tissue culture. Is it critical for anyone who really wants to break ground in breeding to have that skill? Like, would you think, like when I think about selecting between 20,000, I'm like, when you smell it, you may be, you know, really, really far away from base camp. Is that a gift that you have for being able to do that? Like, I'm just thinking about all the people who fail and thinking about going through a field of 20,000 like outdoor. It seems insane unless you had an innate gift for that ability.
Well, luckily, I also did have a colleague, Rob Clark, who helped me with a lot of my large field breeding or large-scale greenhouse breeding. Rob Clark helped me do the selection processes, so that right there cuts the numbers in half. But if you want to evaluate cannabis, I suggest you need to grow large plants. They don't have to be in the ground, but it's easier.
And were those numbers around 20,000 for you, Sam, or were you planting more than that?
20,000 was the number that I was able to grow at that moment at that time. But yeah, I mean, it depends on the variety and what's going on. The larger the numbers you work with, the better your results are going to be. And I'm not sure if tissue culture or molecular biology is that important to cannabis breeding at this moment, but it is the future. And if you don't know how to do it, you may need to have a team that you're working with that assists you in those aspects that you aren't able to do yourself.
So did you always travel like during the known harvest season so that when you went to India you knew, you know, this is coming down so I'm going to be able to smell?
We tried to, but it wasn't always possible. Sometimes I had to pick it from dried buds. Sometimes I had to get seeds from people and not even see the plants themselves. That's not what I preferred, but I mean, if you're in the area and that's all you can get. Other times I had to use second parties like Rob Clark connecting for me in Yunnan, China, or many other places, since we've had a very long relationship. What is that now? Is that dry sift?
It's some Sleestack.
Is it dry sift?
No, it's actually some great water hash, Sleestack.
But you like it?
I like it just as much as the day we were smoking it. We're sitting right there.
Hey, Sam. We got dry sift.
Right here, too.
Okay. Well, what can I say? My favorite is usually dry sift, but I know.
Yeah. You would be all over this shit, let me tell you.
As long as it's not dank, I'm sure it'll. Yeah, boy, look at this. It's just like Terp City right here.
Dude, I still have memories of that Sleestack dry sift.
Let me tell you, we're about to turn California out on Sleestack here in a minute.
Dude, I have to say, when I first saw, was it a Sleestack or was it a Sleestack Skunk 1 cross that was the dry sift? I can't even remember. It was insane.
There's both.
No, it was pure Sleestack, Aaron, the first stuff he saw.
Yeah,
But my question to you, Aaron, is, has any of that Sleestack been analyzed for cannabinoid and terpene content? Because that stuff really is unusual the way it's so, as long as you smoke it, want to keep you up and for long periods of time. It's creative and energetic. You know what I mean? I like it.
You know, for me, that's like the Sleestack is what really brought us all together. You know, we had a friend in Amsterdam by the name of Matt. A shout out to him. He's in Alabama, I think, right now. I had some dry sift Sleestack, and it was amazing. It was amazing, and it wasn't even really cleaned up. And then I have already met Sam the Skunkman years before this at our mutual friend Adam's birthday from TH Seeds, and you know, so Matt's like, I got to show this dry sift to Sam the Skunkman, you know, because he says he can clean it up and make it like the best, right? So he takes this jar, this nice jar of Sleestack, takes it over to him, and then we get a phone call. He's like, hey, you got to come over to Sam's house, you know. And Sam's like, yeah, I really couldn't clean it up. It was really clean. And to a hash maker, that's like music to your ears when the legend can't do much to your material, you know, and it's just as good. It's like winning a cannabis cup for your first time or something. It's like, yeah, you know, you recognized by a legend. And he fell in love with the strain too. Even more impressive, you know, like here we are, that just a little experiment. You bred something and you did it, and here's a little bit of first dry sift that came out of it, and you're sitting at a legend's house smoking your hard work at the legend's house. I mean, it was like a dream. It was a dream come true, and to have them like it so much and to have them want to play with it and use it and grow it and do experiments with is truly an honor, you know, and I'm sure really fucking thankful that I created Sleestack, you know. It was just a little experiment. You know, those little experiments turn out to be something very special later on. And hey, you know, and thank you for enjoying my work, because I've enjoyed your work for, you know, since I was 12 years old.
I absolutely enjoy smoking Sleestack dry sift, and Rob Clark might enjoy it slightly better than me because he's really, you know, a creative writing person, and that stuff he swears is the greatest for creative writing because it keeps you up all day. So, you know, but I also think it's brilliant. Do you have the terpene and cannabinoid profile? Is there anything in there besides THC?
We haven't done anything with it yet, but I can tell you this: it's going to be in the greenhouse, buddy. I'll just tell you that. So we're going to get the whole expression here in a minute.
I was always blown away that when that Sleestack dry sift showed up, because I was also a big fan of it, and I was lucky enough to get to smoke a good amount of it. It was so beautiful. It had such a great high. It could keep you up till 4 in the morning, no problem. Like, it was insane. But I really thought that it would be something we just saw from that day on. I thought it was so special that it would. And then it was all of a sudden that Sleestack disappeared, and it was like BHO, BHO, BHO for like the next 10 years. I didn't see any like killer, amazing, like off the chain dry sift. Todd would have been happy. He's all over it. He's all over the BHO. But man, I've missed the DNA.
Don't worry, Todd. I got you, bro.
I've missed it. Let me tell you. That dry sift was so nice.
I can't tell which one.
Hey, I want to take this moment right now, since how many people are watching, Mark?
782 viewers, the most we've ever had.
Okay, so if any of you 782 viewers are out there, have been affected by the California fires and lost your house, lost your gardens, you know a friend who's lost his grow or any of that, Crockett Family Farms and DNA Genetics would like to donate 50+ seeds to every single one of you guys that have been affected. If you we need to see some kind of visual damage as proof, and don't worry about it, you'll be taken care of. The email address, maybe Mark can put this up in the chat, is DNA by Crockett. What the hell is it? DNA by Crockett at gmail.com. So if you've been affected, if you've been burnt out by a California fire, you're a California resident, please hit us up. We want to take care of you guys. We want to help you guys start over and redo, just help you out. You know, we know this is a way of life for a lot of people, so we want to do the right thing. And if any of you guys, I'm going to put up a post a little bit later. If you guys all on here wouldn't mind retweeting it, regramming it, whatever it is, we would be very appreciative.
Give thanks, Aaron. That is beyond generous. DNA Genetics. Don, you're not here, but give thanks to you as well. And what I urge the people that are listening and are in shock right now by the kindness that DNA and Crockett Farms have just put on the table is, if you weren't affected by the fire, obviously please don't attempt to get the seeds. Stick with just letting the people who are actually affected and had, you know, some of them lost everything. And much of them lost lots. So that was a very kind and generous thing to do, Aaron. Thank you. You guys are top notch.
First class action, right?
And you know, for people that aren't from the area or haven't really heard what's going on, I'm a California resident and I've heard of all the fires going on. And flying over that area on my way up to Oregon this week, it was so ominous because you can see all the smoke and you can see all the damage and all the people that have been thrown out of homes and are still waiting to go back from evacuation areas. It's tremendously sad, and it's going to take a long time to rebuild all that area. So, yeah, it's a good thing you're doing there, Aaron.
Well, let me just say, like, a lot of my friends have been devastated. I am personally affected by this fire. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my friends lost everything they owned. They were lucky to get out. They were surrounded by flames. They were, you know, I'm surprised people didn't really lose their lives because it was such a big fire. It's still a fire going on right now. So, you know, for the people that have gotten back and got to see their properties and seen the devastation, hit us up. You know, we want to help you start your shit over, and I can promise you your whole hillside is going to be smelling like an orchard after our meetings are done.
That's fucking awesome. Speaking of smelling like an orchard, I wanted to welcome Remo in the house, dude. How's your orchard doing, bro?
Hey, it's almost time for me to go to work and water these girls, man. They're thirsty. Hey, do you want to see some buds?
Oh, we would love to see some buds, dude, especially when they're your buds.
Okay, I gotta disconnect this shit. But before I do that, I want to give you a big shout out for helping me with our win that John and I did the collab on, because you gave me the cutting of that Congolese and it fucking kicked ass and dry sip, like seriously.
Well, you know, that was all you and Johnny B working your magic. So I'm happy to have shared the cut. It's the least I can do. Sharing is caring, and thanks for doing something with it, dude. Your Congos are the most ridiculous Congos I've ever seen.
Well, you know what? I got one of those that we can look at. Also, Erin from DNA, I see her over there in the corner there. You remember that kosher kush you gave me in Spain?
Yes, sir.
That stuff broke the 3-pound barrier again, just like that chocolate kush. Unbelievable rosin. Actually, that's the best rosining weed I've got. You squeeze it and just gushes. I had Damien here from Vice, and we did a demonstration for him with a gram, and it oozed like you wouldn't believe. But thanks. That was killer, man.
Hey, I got to come smoke some of your rosin. I got to make my way back up to Canada.
Oh, come on down, or come on up. Okay, on that note, I think I got to disconnect all this shit and carry this computer into the room.
Dude, I can't wait to go into your garden, bro.
Well, here we go. I'm just going to disconnect this, and you might lose some audio. You might not. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. You still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay, we're good.
Remo's got the most amazing, like, man cave grow garden scene ever. For those of you that haven't been lucky enough to enter the what did I call it? The inner sanctum. We looked at Horatio's inner sanctum. Well, this is certainly Remo's inner sanctum, and it's you know, it sort of shows just how legit of a character you are, Remo, because the one thing that you absolutely can't fake in life is an epic grow. And I've been in a lot of grows, and every time I go indoors, man, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's like the way cannabis is supposed to be grown, nice and big.
Well, here we go again. Actually, the plant I'm going to show you is actually this. I've been following this plant in a current video on staking and stuff.
Okay, what is that?
Large.
I don't know if we can do close-ups or not.
What is that, Remo?
That's Girl Scout cookies, but it came from BC Bud Depot. I don't know. It grows really well. I'm going to show you Congolese. This is the one that won John B. and myself the cup. This thing is kick-ass. Look at this.
Oh my God.
How much pre-grow? How much veg time do those have before you put them in, Remo? How much vegetation time do you give them before you pop them in the flower?
Unfortunately, I can barely hear what you're saying. Oh, yeah. You guys were talking about Kush earlier.
Veg time.
But that's the monster.
Jesus.
Actually, this one isn't bad either.
Hey, Mark, so this is what it was like when I was in the museum.
Okay, I got to put you back on speakers because this laptop has like speakers this big. I can barely hear you. And there's a lot of fan noise in here.
That's awesome, Remo. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
What?
My
what's
pleasure. Holy shit, this thing works in the dark.
What's the veg time on those, Remo?
Say what?
What is the
veg time? 2 months.
2 months.
Okay, I'm gonna hook you back on the speakers here because I can't hear shit.
And one of the things I'll tell you guys about Remo's place that's insane is that for how big those plants are, they keep them intensely clean on the bottom, so you don't get any. He doesn't by any means strip it all the way either. I've never seen bugs on his plants. I've never seen mildew on his plants, and I photograph his plants with a macro lens. Incredible, Remo.
Thanks. Yeah, you know what? I'm a little bit OCD when it comes to plants because I smoke the shit myself. So actually, what you're looking at is a crop that is actually totally spray-free because we make concentrates, and I smoke the stuff. So I don't want to smoke a bunch of bug spray. So our method of control is UVC light, and it seems to be quite effective. We've got UVC light in both my air handlers and my air conditioner, and it keeps it completely mold-free. There's no powdery mildew. It actually helps with the smell just a little bit. Actually, I recommend it. If you guys are running air conditioners, get a UVC light, put it between the bean coil. It also does one more thing that's really cool. Actually, 2 more things. If you're saving the condensate, that stuff gets treated with the UV light, so it's cleaner water. And also, it helps keep your V coil clean. So I guess that's the grow tip of the day. Get a UVC light.
Yeah, well, your condensate that you were talking about, I have seen your barrel, which is what, 50 gallons or 35 gallons?
200 liters or 50, yeah.
Yeah, so I've seen that thing full.
Yep. Yeah, it does that. It does about 100 plus liters a day. Jeez. Just from the air.
That's incredible.
That'd be actually really handy if you live in California, this recycling water, because I grow a lot of big plants, as you can see, and I add a little bit of water at the beginning of the cycle, like, but not hundreds of liters. Like, we're talking a few 5-gallon pails, and away you go.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big one for sure. We've had some pretty good stories in the room today. I'm not sure if you heard them all. We've got Josh in the room. He was telling the story of the real OG Kush, and Todd and Aaron were sort of in there with him as well. And
I caught Skunkman Sam.
Yeah, Skunkman Sam came into the room, and he's here as well, sharing some wonderful stories. If you had any questions, anyone for any of these guys, feel free to shoot. It's really an honor to have all of you guys here sharing the 1-year anniversary of Hash Church with us. I sure appreciate it.
Well, you know what? On the skunk note, that's the first strain I ever grew, and wow, still to date one of the stinkiest. I currently don't have it. But I'm talking like 1988, I grew that strain, and Jesus, stunk out the neighborhood. People were looking for it.
Isn't that what you do, Remo?
I suppose. That's why I live on an acreage now, so I don't really just disturb the neighbors, because I acknowledge that I might smell, and I like smoking joints outside. And
he's a little loud.
I'm loud. I like loud music. Probably all you guys. Hey, I checked out your video of dirt biking up the ridge there. I'm down. I just got to do some carb work, and I'm gonna go riding with you. I want to do a 710 rider thing with you. Are you
Yeah,
cool?
let's do it, bro. I got a GoPro. We can go film it up there, and it's wonderful fun. Maybe even I was thinking of bringing a 5-gallon bucket strapped to my back with some ice and shit, and we'll dirt bike up to the top and then whip off a batch of bubble hash.
Let's do it. Can't say no to that. That's just epic as fuck. It looked great up there.
Yeah, dude. It is amazing for certain. So hey, I had a question for Ramon and Rick and Sam. How is that freeze-dried hash tasting?
Well, it was vacuum. It was just vacuum dried in a vacuum.
Vacuum dried, right?
How do you think it tastes? I really like it.
Which one is it?
The fresh frozen rosin.
Which one is that?
The one
This one. Oh, I like it, and the effect too. It to me it seems like the THC level might be a little bit less than some of the other ones, but I like the effect in a way better. I wish it was even stronger.
A lot of terps. Super.
It's very interesting tasting and affecting, and that's what I like about cannabis is the different terpenes. I mean, it's not hard to find strong THC. It's hard to find THC with the terpenes that you like for a particular taste or effect.
837 people watching, and I've decided I'm going to write a song called "I'm in Love with the Terpenes."
Well, I'll sing in the chorus with you.
Dude, you're the main character in the video. Are you kidding me? I'm just singing.
Well, I'm glad that we've reached the level of understanding that we have, even if we just scratched the surface.
You know, can I ask, Sam, what were some of the original strains that were being passed around in the 80s by the first seed companies? What was the first seed company? That would be a great question to start with. And what were some of the strains they offered?
The first seed company, of course, was Sacred Seeds. That was 1976 in Santa Cruz, California. I know because I started it.
What were your original offerings?
We had Haze. We had Skunk, I think, was the next year. And then we had Afghani #1, which I got from Jim Goodwin. And I had Hindu Kush, and South Indian, Kerala, and Durban Poision. So a lot of land races, but and they were all true breeding. So that was my focus at the time for the first few years I was in the seed business.
Which one are you talking about, Horatio? Are you asking about the unknown American that showed?
Yeah, the unknown American question that we always have.
I think we have to ask Neville because Sam can't remember his name. Is that correct?
No, me and Rob saw Neville about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 days after the American who had been staying with Neville for the weekend or something left, and Neville showed us what the guy showed him, which was grinding it up in a coffee bean grinder type device, and then putting water in it and stirring it again, and then letting it settle out. So it was that's what, but I can't remember the name. Maybe under hypnosis I could.
Well, you know what? One day we'll hit up Neville. He'll appear again. He'll show up. I mean,
Rob was with me, but he doesn't remember either.
Maybe you guys were smoking that amnesia sift.
No, we weren't. No, I don't think so. But Neville mostly smoked cannabis with tobacco.
I know, dude. The one time I was all excited, I had met him before actually, but one time I ended up upstairs at Arian's apartment above the greenhouse, and Howard Marks was there, and Neville was there, and I was with Breeder Steve, and I was like, yeah, man, this is what I'm talking about. Going to talk to the old school dudes. And then they all literally, except Aryan, like Steve and Neville and Howard, all rolled up hash in tobacco. And I literally was just like, oh, it's just one of those experiences where you think. It's why I tell people don't get excited about meeting your favorite band, because they probably won't be who you want them to be.
Well, I could honestly say I've accidentally taken 1 or 2 puffs of tobacco in my entire life.
Ooh, that's nasty. You must have given I would love to have seen the mean mug and you gave the guy who passed you a joint with tobacco in it.
One time it was a Simsi, so it was a Chini Simsi beat McMill Keef. But you see, Keef in Morocco is not hashish. It's chocolate marijuana flowers mixed with black tobacco.
Yeah, so that's not really what we're looking for sure.
Keef, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't do the tobacco for sure. Even in India, you know, where we're smoking chillums on the side of the Ganges River, and everyone's like, no, you must put tobacco in there. And I'm like, you know, I must not.
I used to smoke it with ganja instead of tobacco and hash, and they like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
talking about it.
When I was in Amsterdam, they wouldn't roll pure joints, right? And they were looking at us like we're crazy for rolling these, you know, 2 gram, 3 gram big joints like we roll, you know? And where the fuck? I'm so high right now. I'm trying to remember where the story was going, but
access anything.
Yeah, for the tobacco thing, yeah.
So, like, I needed really strong joints.
Why don't you roll with, you know, just pure? And they're like, well, it makes it burn better if you roll it with tobacco. And it's like, no, just grind your fucking weed up good enough, break it up, and roll a nice joint. But like, they were so they're still anti. Like, most of them still roll with tobacco out there. I was there for like not too long, just a few days ago.
Yeah.
You know,
you gotta give it up to the pioneers of like guys like Bernard Brewing, who was like, if you smoke it pure. I appreciated that in a time where nobody was doing that and everyone was smoking cigarettes with their herbs and their hashes. I say take it to the next step. If you smoke it, concentrate the actives off of the non-actives and then smoke that pure. Hey, welcome, you guys in Seattle. Is that Mike with a big beard? How's it going, guys? Are you guys over at the Club Zero?
Yeah, we're at 0. I got Jeff here in the background pressing some rosin, so we got a nice little couple-person turnout here. We're in a it's Club Zero, which is, you know, Seattle's first adult-use members-only lounge. So if anybody is vacationing up to Seattle anytime soon, definitely check it out. We're located First Avenue, just south of the stadiums, and kind of in the Green District of Seattle. So we've kind of got a nice little turnout. They're trying to set this up so it'll be a adult use club. No sales of cannabis on site yet. You have to go to a rec store in order to do that. But
no smoking yet, just vaping.
Yep, right? And so essentially, what it sounds like City of Seattle has okayed is going to be, you know, vaporization. You can't smoke it on site due to the indoor smoking ban. So we're, you know, obviously working with the City of Seattle and the state of Washington to be able to find safe places for the tourists and the, you know, parents who have kids at home can come consume adult use cannabis and do it in a safe manner. So it's kind of, you guys have been open for what, 2 weeks now? Yep. So they're going up on 2 weeks, having been since their grand opening. They've had joint task force from the city with fire and building and police show up a couple nights ago, but they only pretty much suggested a few more exit signs. So it's, you know, doing a good thing, providing a safe place for adults to consume. That way they're not smoking in public or in front of their kids, or, you know, give a place for the tourists to be able to try out some of the fine Washington herb up here.
Awesome, guys. Well, thanks for coming in and sharing that. And yeah, if people are around in that neighborhood, well, the times really are a changing for like just it's in the U.S. and you guys have a shop where people can go down the street to buy something and then come down to the shop and use it openly. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll be able to go down there one day.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for the day when you can come down across the border here and I can go across the border up there.
Isn't it the worst when they tell you at the border when they say no soup for you?
Yeah, they were really nice to me. They said just get your paperwork straight and you can come up here. So I'm still working at that. I think that's gonna work out for me. So.
Yeah, they'll search my car. Fortunately, I don't have any felonies yet, but whether or not just kind of the stereotyping that they do oftentimes leads to most people who kind of have the appearance of a consumer a lot of times get stereotyped and racially profiled.
That's what I'm saying.
So it'll be nice when it's respected as a universal human right. But that's slow and steady progress. The better that we can educate our legislators, our politicians, city councils, etc., the more socially accepted it's going to be that we're out here. What we're doing is safe and done responsibly. That's the real key. I mean, there's been a couple cases where there's been cases where there's bad quality medicine out in the market, but proper regulation is going to keep safer medicine available to the patients.
Oh yeah. Someone's,
All right, guys, we're gonna get going while there's a break in action. Wanted to say happy anniversary to everybody, and we'll see you next week.
Peace.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one down in Oregon. We'll see you guys later. That'll leave some room for someone to come in. I know Tony was trying. Etienne probably. Let's see who's trying to get in.
I got a quick question for Josh while we're trying to get some people in. Terp-wise, now, let's say I'm in Canada and I'm completely, somebody who's out of the generations that would even be remotely sure this is OG. I've had people say, this is OG, true OG is OG, and I'm like, wow, that's really citrusy. This one's really diesely. Describe the terpene experience of your OG for anyone who's kidding themselves.
All right, well, the terps change, man, when it's fresh so much in the drying process to curing it, and depending on how long, it never ends up lasting long enough to cure it all the way. Always like only a few nugs make it that far. But at the beginning, I mean, when it's so deep and layered, I mean, it starts off like vanilla, turns into some sort of chocolatey black licorice, gassy, sometimes kerosene, just like citrus with the lemon side though, not the orange. None of those terps, but sometimes the pine's out more so, and sometimes it's dankier and darker. You need to take I tell people you need to take a really long smell with it, and because there is some sweet candy in there too. I mean, it depends who's doing it, of course, but all of those aspects of it, I find if it doesn't have, then it's an S1, I've found. I mean, I'm believing for what I've seen. Usually doesn't have, everything else just doesn't seem to have that complexity, that layered complexity of the flavors are changing so much that you can smell even I would say dark coffee, like rich coffee, vanilla coffee. I smell in there with gas and pine and all of that. Is that come across?
Is there an age to take it? Like, do you find people fuck it if they don't take it long enough, or anything else like that? That, like, I've seen a lot of strains that are, because it has such complex terps, you can harvest early and sell a bag of terps with no trichome heads on it. Like, is there anything else that really fucks it up that you could have it but you wouldn't know because you're not growing it right?
Well, no, I mean, I like to say even if you take it early, it still has amazing flavor. It's really just the flavor starts coming in like in the 40s, in the day 40s. You know, by the 50s, it doesn't necessarily need to go in the 60s and 60 plus for terps, as far as I believe.
Right. But it does get, you know, OG in the 90s it was always going long. It was always greasy. It was always, there was no red hairs left. It was always thick resin glands. I mean, it was just sticky bud. I mean, even when I got my hands on it, and I had a tendency to let it go long all the time, and it was that development, that fullness of the resin heads and such that I really liked.
I mean, how long were you letting it go, Todd?
I've let it go to rejuvenation, which honestly I think happens in the 80s. I mean, close to the 90s. I mean, I usually take it just under 70 days. I usually take it around 68 days, 69 days, and it's usually done as much as, you know, I would expect it to be. How long do you let yours go for?
Back in the day, I think we started taking it at 54, then 55, 56. Then it crept its way as we learned more about it. As it started, I think, getting probably different treatment as far as fertilizers are going. It started getting up into the 60s, and then 63. Then I've seen 65, and right now, I mean, I'm like at a happy medium, always between about 60 and 63. I don't.
Was gonna say 60, 65. Same.
60, 65, depending on the temp of the room and some other conditions, you know.
Yeah, it's a cool room. You know, an interesting note on the terpenes ratio is someone in LA stopped me at an early cannabis industry meeting, and he thought I was responsible for OG, and I corrected him, but he had gotten a clone. He knew it was from me back when I got out of prison, pretty much, in 04, 05, 06, and he basically told me when he was doing terpene tests that it was coming back with a very wide panel, and he likened it to like a box of Crayola crayons. He's like, once you get your hands on a box of 64 colors in the box, you never want to go back to 8. And what he thought was is that even though the crayons weren't full, like that wasn't, you know, complete terpenes profiles, like if you will, really rich ones of each, he goes, there was a little of everything in OG. He says, and what he thought the reason why OG became so popular is because there was a terpene for everyone. Like if you look in a box of 64 colors, almost everyone's going to find a color that they really like. But if they look in a little box of 8, they'll be like, nah, you know. And I thought that was an interesting comparison for what it's worth.
Hey, Todd, I have a question for Josh. And it's Sam, Josh.
Hi, Sam.
My question is, okay, you got the clone from some folks in Florida, I believe. Did they breed it? Did they just grow some seeds and find it? Did they get the clone from somebody else?
The story as I know it is they got the seed out of a bag that they purchased.
Was that the Grateful Dead thing?
It's a thing that comes from these two guys in Orlando in around 92, 93 that are friends with Bubba, that are friends with, I think, some of his buddies, and that's how it ended up in their hands. And they were breeding between 90, when they, you know, they were already breeding at this point, and those seeds, I believe, you know, that's where there's a couple other varieties that they've come up with that even made it to Los Angeles, and I'm not sure where that variety is now, but I've, you know, the original genetics is something to be found out. You know, it's part of the reason I even came out and started doing this is, you know, I have a long story in history with this, but there is a history before it, and it's just super interesting to find out what that is.
Right. And maybe, if we're lucky, the Phylos work might allow us to discover it, but there's no guaranteeing that we will, because for example, if you take an Afghan and a Colombian and a Mexican, and then you breed it to itself on a population level for 10 generations, it's going to come out with a lot of different ratios depending on what seeds you're using at the end there. You understand what I mean?
Absolutely.
So some will be almost totally sativa, some will have more Afghan, some will be more, I mean, there's just no predicting what 10 self-generations will do.
If anyone is interested in doing some project with the cut that I have, I mean, I'm down for
Sure. Send me an email. Mark will tell you how. And what you can do also is, where are you, on the East Coast or the West Coast?
I'm in Washington, up in the Seattle area.
Yeah, so it's really easy. You could turn it into one of the labs in Washington who will send it right to Phylos for DNA analysis.
That would be cool.
Okie dokie. That'd be really cool. I think it'd be really nice. Yeah, we weren't just really in land races, but anything else is interesting also.
Sam, are you able to maybe explain to the audience as well what that is you're talking about? Because they don't all, I don't think they all know about the project, and we almost have 900 people listening right now. So
okay, I'll give it a real short rundown. I'm not the greatest world speaker, but here, basically what we're doing is we're extracting the DNA from either seeds or leaves, which will allow us to conduct or create a family tree for cannabis that'll show both relationships and evolution. We might be able to say that everything evolved from this variety. I doubt we will, but that's theoretically possible. Or we'll be able to say that this variety is related to this variety and this variety, meaning that all the cannabis in Africa originally came from India, or originally came from Asia, or it came from, and the same thing, all the cannabis in Jamaica, it had to come from someplace, Africa, India. Well, in a few years, we might be able to answer most of these questions with DNA analysis. We're not trying to grow the plants. We're not trying to make some sort of a living DNA library where the genetics could be stolen in the future. We have no interest in any of that kind of GMO crap. But I am interested in the relationships and the evolution of cannabis.
hey, welcome to Tony and Dredd, who just both came into the room almost simultaneously. What's up, boys?
Could be.
What's going on, Bubbleman, and the world and the panel? How you guys doing today?
What's up, Tony? How's it going, buddy?
Really good, man. It's been wonderful today, you know, with some of the OG Kush story and some Skunk #1 story and some Haze story, and just it's been a real nice conversation, I have to say. And now you're bringing in the terp soup, so.
Yeah, no, I've been watching on the sidelines, and you know, I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase because it's real serious on Hash Church today, and I'm gonna give a 52 salute here. I've got some OG rosin that I pressed out, Blue Dream terps, Sour D terps, Girl Scout cookie terps, Jack Frost terps, Irene OG terps, Grape Ghost terps, Hema Lemon terps, and Golden Goat terps that I'm going to combine into 1 fucking gram of hash, and I'm going to smoke as a salute to the 52 hours. And here's my terpene profile, just on the jack, just to let you know. And then that's how you get this is what I call the slurry. This is just terps and rosin to the point where it's just straight slurry. So, without further ado, I'm going to salute you.
Damn, that's Tony's version of holy water.
We salute you.
Pure terps.
One
Okay.
Girl Scout cookies.
Tony's version of Baskin Robbins right there, bro.
One
Now-
version of Sour D.
Terps on it as we watch.
Blue Dream. It's probably going to be a good one.
It might be a little bit harsh, Tony. You might want to turn the nail way down.
Nah, we got past the harshness.
Dude,
Bubbleman's about to get every one of these things, so you can try them yourself.
Dude, I'll have to say, it was, back when you first did the terps and we were in Jamaica, like hitting pure terps like on the nail. That was somewhat psychotic.
It is psychotic. It's out of control.
Well, I mean, okay, look at that. Drop after drop after drop. You've tried mixing all of these terp profiles before?
Never. This is the first time ever. I saved it for you.
It's a saluting hit. I mean, this is...
Of
this
all
is
the
like-
days you're not doing hash church at my house, it's this day. What's up, Tony?
Get down there, Todd.
Run!
How far away are you right now?
Not that far away. I'm supposed to go.
Is this happening? Where is this? Is this at Harborside?
This is. Oh wow! There's so much on this paper.
It's at a secret location that's terp proof.
This is definitely 100% not happening at Harborside right now.
Well, oh well.
Well, it is happening. It is happening in it is happening in Oakland now. This is gonna get insane. This is just like through the paper. This is ridiculous.
That is a hash church salute, though. There's no doubt about that.
Hold on a second. This is obscenely, obsessively, like crazy, whatever you want to call it, amount of terps that I would not recommend when you get your terp package, Bubbleman.
I call it Tony Terpene.
You got to live up to it, you know? This is ridiculous. This is stupid.
This is stupid. Oh my god. Alright, let's zero that one.
Come on, you guys. It's the 52. Let's get serious.
Hey, well, we just made this.
There we go. We need to do a world salute. Everybody needs to gear up and take a giant dab.
Darren's been working on the rosin press the entire episode of Church.
So here it is, just super glassy. Look at that.
Super glassy. It's like slurry.
You're up to that shit where people are trying to buy your parchment after all the oil's gone. They're like, look, I just need your parchment so I can rub it in all my oil and smoke for the next 2 weeks.
Tony sells his parchment on eBay once he's done with the dabs. He's
dirty parchment.
Fire lint.
Do you cut them up into little squares and people just put it on their tongue and drop out?
Yeah. Yeah, we sell it in squares.
Hey, was that analytical Mike I just saw, Jeff?
There he is. He said,
Hey, how's it going, Bubbleman?
He said he's not coming on until Skunkman Sam's in the room.
That's true. He did say
I
that.
told you
That's
that.
so hilarious.
We gonna do this?
I also got that shitty phone, though. You've seen my phone.
That's funny. Well, welcome, guys. Welcome to Hash Church 52.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Mike, I'm in the room. You can hear me. You just can't see me. I'm here.
Right. It's good to have you here, too, man. Much
No
respect.
problem.
This is awesome. What a great Hash Church.
Look at Tony, dude. He's dying right there.
He's lobster red.
Too much terps? What's it
I
taste
told
like?
him the dab never ends. It just keeps steaming and steaming. Yeah, he's choking out on mute.
Well, that'll do it right there. I think I'm going to hit some of this dry sift that Dee pressed out. Looking pretty nice.
I mean, all I see is a bunch of people, except Aaron and maybe one other person is actually, okay, there we go.
It's Hash Church. Smoke some fucking hash.
Jake and Galen, we're going to do a dab with you. This is the dab I'm doing. It's a monster.
Come on, holy shit. This guy's got like 1.5 grams on the nail.
I got my Sleestack, I got my kosher. I'm straight, bro.
Oh, I want to say something about that. I finally was able to make some hash with Sleestack. And I was finally able to sample some hash as well made from Sleestack, the real Sleestack. Not the Sleet.
Did you analytically test it?
Analytically test it.
Did you find out what terpenes, what's any of that yet?
No, I did not. No, but what's the cross on it? I'm curious what that is.
Santa Marta Gold Romulan cross. Well, a selected version of that, so that was Schramm, and then there was then I crossed that to the Martian Mean Green, which is like Great White Shark crossed G13 Haze.
Well, let me tell you, my friend.
It was the C male of the G13 crossed the C male of Haze.
Interesting, because let me tell you, my friend, that is one of my favorites. It's got all that. Everything you said, I actually could taste a little bit of all that. It's a really unusual, completely off the chart, different strain, and I could see why it won Legends 3 times. And the Sleestack I once upon a time had was not that Sleestack. People claim they have Sleestack, but that's fucking.
They might have Sleestack, but they don't have our selection of Sleestack.
No. It was that in combination with the Tangy together, a Sleestack Tangy, was possibly the most profound terpene hit I've ever had.
Well, there's a Sleestack Kush, too.
Yeah, it's really good.
Someone had a question for Sam about the Durban. Someone's asking if he came to South Africa to collect the Durban poison.
No, not only did I not go to South Africa, but my daughter's been there, but I've never been there. But where I got the seeds for South African were from Jim Goodwin. And he got them from Ed Rosenthal, who got them from a coffee shop in Amsterdam called the Transky. This was in the 70s. But when I grew them at my greenhouse in Santa Cruz County, the plants that it gave were all hermaphrodite. So I had to select out the 1 or 2 that were the least hermaphrodite because I could tell it was interesting dough. So what I did was I selected out the few that were the least, made seeds from those, grew those the next year, and I did that for about 4, maybe even 5 years, but at least 4. And then what I had was a variety that was hardly hermaphrodite at all. And that was my Durban Poison South African. So I did get the seeds from somebody else, but I did all the work to clean them up. And yeah, at the time it was the earliest thing that people could grow in Canada, for example, outdoors.
Awesome. Well, they appreciate the answer. The guy from South Africa is giving you a shout out, saying that whether you know it or not, you changed the game down there.
Okay. The other thing about South African is I've grown several other South African varieties that were not as early as that one. That one really is early, but whatever. I mean, as long as it's good, that should be the goal. Everything else is secondary to quality for me.
True enough. And I mean, you've always pretty much from, I don't know if it's been from day one or not, but maybe you could answer this. When it became prevalent or when you became aware that you would be breeding for hashish, not for cannabis to be rolled into joints and smoked.
Yeah, we've done this. We've done it a bit, but nowhere near as much as we'd like, because some varieties like Skunk and Sleestack also, very much so, when it's dried and cured a little bit, the resin can be knocked off much, much easier than many varieties. Some varieties like Haze, it's difficult to knock it off. I don't know if the resin is stickier or if the adhesion layer is different. I don't know what the exact mechanics are, but in the future, also too, you don't want hashish that when you harvest it, it falls off, and you don't want it when it's hanging and drying, it falls off. So there's a fine line between convenience and stupidity.
That's for sure. Hey, I had another kind of good question I just thought of in regards to whether you think that oil, whether it's butane oil or propane oil or ether oil or alcohol oil or even rosin, whether you consider those to be hash. And then part B to that question would be, what do you think about this rosin thing that's taking everyone by storm?
I have zero against rosin, or rosin, however it's pronounced. To me, it's hashish. No solvents are being used. It's being heated, that's true. But in fact, that could have been done in the 60s or 70s if you wrapped hash in cellophane and squeezed it hot and hard enough. You'd get a little bit of rosin, but nobody was manufacturing it by the large amount. But now they are.
Do you
to me,
those things oil?
What makes its difference is solvents. When solvents, and water's not a solvent, it's used as a suspension agent. So it's just like air for dry sifting. But a solvent, whether it be, petroleum ether or butane or propane or ethyl alcohol or whatever, even CO2, that's fundamentally different. I'm not saying it can't make a totally clean, safe product. I'm saying it's not really hash. It's more in the direction of an oil or a glass or an absolute, whatever. So to me, it's fundamentally different. But I understand that I'm arbitrarily drawing the line in the sand, but luckily I have people like you that pretty much feel the same way I do.
Yeah, I just appreciate your opinion. Obviously, I have my own opinion. I've always thought, and that's based on a lot of what you and Rob wrote about in Hashish, was that, when I say oil, it's not like a bad word. When I hear people call oil hash, I think as well that there is a fundamental difference in that I consider even rosin, which is a solventless, I consider it oil as well. So even the sort of like turning 3-star into 7-star, which was sort of a little thing we came up with, I think, in Spain, if Jeff remembers, really it's not even an accurate statement because oil melts all the time. There is no melt factor of oil. Oil melts when it's heated up. It's hash that may or may not have a melt factor depending on the quality and the range of decontamination that you've achieved.
I think if you want to look at the definition of oil, let's bring it back to micron. People they filter diesels and biodiesels and chemicals through micron screen filtrations. They have stainless steel and they have nylon filtration systems that are set up in chemical industries. And an oil versus a slurry versus a different type of substrate depends on the pass-through of the micron. So in an oil's definition of oil, it should be able to pour through a certain type of micron on its own, like water does. So if you poured water in a 5, a 20, a 40, 80, all the way up in the micron size, you would see how water would trap. So viscosity plays, I think, a big role when you're trying to define oil versus hash, and how those trichome heads are also treated. Are they inverted and exploded, and all of the paraffins and fats and cellulose of those heads removed in a refined process? through a filtration process? And if so, then it's an oil. So hashish to me is the collection of trichome heads in a sift or in a water extraction, but the preservation of the trichome head without exploding it or inverting it or filtering out the oils within the head. So I would say that
what you really are is a fundamentalist. Yeah, bro.
You're so funny. Yeah, no. That's it though. That's where it's at. If the heads are preserved, and we've treated them nicely, and we've preserved all the little heads together, and we haven't used any chemicals, we haven't done anything. That to me is hash. Then if it's the heads are exposed and the contents are removed and filtered, then that's oil. That's how I see it.
So Tony, where does when someone graters the shit out of the heads to expose the oil to create a greased visual for you could say bag appeal, where is shredding the heads to shit and then pressing them end up? Is that just savagery, or that's still hash, but people have razored up the heads?
Yeah, that's a good question. I look at that as certain strains when they get microplaned, they have a thicker wall in the head, and so sometimes those little shaves expose a certain thickness in the wall of the head where the terpenes, whether they're hydrophobic or hydrophilic, will start to react with the thinner areas within those heads that you're talking about. And shaving them sometimes, when there's a head that has a lot of terpenes that's like oozing out of the head, you shave closely, and let's say you're shaving off those heads and you're getting very close, you're thinning the wall, sometimes exposing it, and then it's kind of like I'm selling you a jelly donut, and I've taken your donut and I've squeezed it, and I've got jelly all over it, and then I'm going to rub it all over your donut and then give it back to you and give you powdered sugar on top of it. It's just a way. It's a way to serve a donut that's jelly.
I always said on a donut.
I thought it was more like grinding up all the weed and throwing it at you and then being like, smell it, it's awesome. It's a one-time effect. Like that, because they're souping the terpenes to let them oxidize and react, it isn't a preserved expression of that head once they're all busted open. I mean, you could say they start curing in a new environment as soon as they're microplaned open.
Yeah, I mean, that's starting to borderline a hybrid of a hash and an oil. Because in what I just said, then to me that would be you're getting into hybridization of a hash to oil.
It's getting close. I wouldn't say it's a hybridization because you've still got the wax membranes. You still have the things that would otherwise be removed from the oil, which I liked Todd's comment when we were talking about it. He said, hashish equals contaminants. I'm like, damn, I don't think you've ever smoked Sam's hash.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Characteristically, the hashish, when we would think of Nepalese rubbed on hash, that would be the oils from their hands. And if you think of like Moroccan hash, that would be the dust around that. Or red leb, that would be because the earth is that color, man. It's the contaminants that actually gave it that uniqueness from where it came from geographically, I would say, or how it was produced in a sense in Nepal by people actually rubbing it, So, now that we're bringing it down to a place of cannabinoids and terpenes, I think we're starting to look at the conversation differently, and we're now seeing how much sugar and flour and wheat is in what we're eating, and we're looking at it not as, oh wow, look, I got some Nepalese. I'm looking at it as, wow, I got this much THC, this much CBD, and this much cannabinoid or terpenes, and I think that's where the conversation is just kind of moving around,
I want to say this, there's like this movement in the oil movement, like you don't want like the waxes and the lipids in your hash, but if we're smoking dry sift hash, that's part of the deal. Maybe that's what makes dry sift hash so good, is those waxes and lipids that encase the trichome.
Well, we know what makes it so good. We know that everyone wants to brag about how their extract, whatever it is, tastes just like the plant. Well, that's what dry sift is. It's the uber concentration without losing water solubles, without leaving any footprint of any chemical solvent or otherwise. It does not affect other than the decontamination process of actually cleaning out all of the shit that shouldn't be there. When you get it to this level of 99.9%, it's just so clean that it finally lets you experience that super concentrated version of what you loved about the plant. And I mean, that's what everyone wants to say. They want to say it smells just like, this is what the plant smelled like. It's like, yeah, well.
Can I bring up a point then? That said, though, water does dissolve terpenes, correct, Sam?
He's muted.
So can we ask Sam?
Yeah, he might be answering without being.
I was always under the impression that they were phytocannabinoids depends on the pH of the water, would be repelling the water, and there you would lose some terpenes in the actual plant that you're washing, the material. You're not washing heads, you're washing.
Well, one of the conversations is, I mean, hey man, one of the reasons that I kind of moved away from using water in my rigs is because I felt like now that we were vaping such clean oil, what are we trying to get out of it with water? I mean, I understood it with plant material, but now the terpenes are being collected in the oil. The oil is capturing some of the essence from some of the oil that obviously I just touched to the head of my vape. No?
I think that just becomes a personal choice, you know, like if you felt that was important, then for sure you would do it. But
I don't mean it like that. I just mean it like as a matter of fact. The water is trapping them terpenes, period. Like I don't mean it like a personal choice.
When I'm saying about a matter of fact,
it's in my bong, so
yes.
Hey, Bubbleman, I'd like to add something to your whole discussion about terpenes and the way the plant smells.
Sure,
I'll share an experience I had the other night. At the Canadian Concentrate Open, we were smoking all the rosin and all the shatters and stuff, and they got around to our round, and it was time for me to plug the meter. And I went outside, plugged the meter, I came back, and the entire vapor lounge smelled exactly like that Congolese plant that the one that you gave me, right? Like the whole lounge. And actually, at that point, I knew we kind of probably won this thing. It was sick, and everybody was like, "Yeah," it was crazy because there was no other dry sift. Dry sift is the way, man. It is the way, but man, it's uber expensive because that plant really doesn't produce a lot. I think we took a half pound, put it on some screens, and we got a lot initially. But by the time John totally sifted it, we spent like 5 hours doing it. Thanks, John. You rock. Ultimate partner too. You only get so much, but it's just the goal, the living gold, as some would call it, right?
Yeah, as the doctor called it in Jamaica like 10 years ago when we were there.
Living gold, man. Yeah, it is.
Remember climbing up to that guy's place?
Oh yeah, that was insane, man. Experience of a lifetime.
Hey, can I ask you a question? And it's about polyploids. And I thought I had one back in 1997. I had a plant that when cannabis grows, it pops 2 stems out and then grows a little higher and pops 2 stems out in the opposite direction and does it again. And this one went up, popped 4 stems up, went up, popped 4 stems up, went up, popped 4. And I just posted a photo of it privately in our little Facebook message thing, but I'll post it publicly. But I wanted to ask Sam, what was the plan I had, and what, and then again, what is a polyploid?
I'll explain to you, Todd. What you're mixing up is what's called Whorled Phylotaxy. Whorled Phylotaxy means that the internodes do what you're talking about. Polyploid, you can't tell if a plant is polyploid by physically looking at it. What you have to do is test the chromosomes and see whether it has 2 sets or 3 or 4 or whatever you think it is, whether it's a triploid or tetraploid or whatever ploid.
Sam, does it make a difference when growing or breeding? Like, me and Todd were both looking at this article where this guy's going on about different strains being really tetraploid or diploid, and he has so much theory that it becomes way too much to read.
Not true. It's not true. When you look in nature, all you find is diploid. I mean, maybe a few people have made tetraploid varieties. I did a little bit of experiments with it, but none of the varieties out there are tetraploid unless somebody's making one, but then they'd probably be advertising it. There's a guy up in Canada, what's his name, Billy Budd or
That's exactly who we're talking about. There's Big Kush.
Okay, well, test it. Send a leaf to Phylos.
I'd have to buy his clones, and they have a bad reputation.
Okay. Well, no, I strongly suspect, but I have not tested it, so I cannot say absolutely that it's not tetraploid.
And just to clarify, we had an echo when you said it. What was the effect that the plant I saw had with 4 stems instead of 2 at each intersection?
No, that's from a phenomenon called Whorled Phylotaxy. It just happened. You can read about it in Wikipedia. Whorled Phylotaxy. Yeah.
Yeah, my Jamaican had.
Thank you.
My 20-year-old Jamaican seed came up with that exact thing, producing the extra, the 3rd instead of the 2.
Yeah, it can make 2, 4, 3, whatever, something like that.
Just for the sake of conversation, how do you spell this wonderful new word to my vocabulary?
Well, Whorled, you know how to spell world.
Whorled. Whorled.
And Phylotaxy, Phylotaxy. I'm guessing, but hey, I'm the world's worst speller. What? Or maybe T-O-X. You'll find it.
On that genetic subject, though, I had a question for you.
Sure.
When you look at on the surface of a leaf, and you look very closely at the formation on a grid level of the trichome heads that are forming, you actually see them in a grid, and those strains tend to be really good hash strains for obvious reasons because they're spread out with bigger heads. And then sometimes in a very strange variation or expression in the gene or plant, you'll see that same surface area, and the stalks fight for the surface, the surface area that's there, creating almost like a chaotic expression of stalks trying to get in every little space. And they produce heads as well, maybe not as big, but it creates a very hard to wash or extract type of plant. But what kind of genetic expression would that be linked to in this poly or trup?
I'm not sure it has anything to do with polyploids. I think it's more likely it's just a different variety of resin stem type, because there's so many different types. Like I'm sure you've seen it. There are types of resin that quite literally, even after you've dried it for 2 weeks, you cannot touch it. It'll just smear. It's like oil. And there's other resin which is like Sleestack, which after a 2-week dry it falls off like golden sand. It's beautiful. So, yeah, we haven't gotten to that level yet where we understand the DNA and the genetics of this. But eventually, I'm sure people will. Not only that, they'll use it to use DNA-assisted breeding so that they can screen thousands of little tiny seedlings and only grow the plants that have what it is that they're after. So I'm sure that is the future.
Bong rip.
Well, just so you know, I've been puffing for 52 minutes straight.
You've been doing what? Puffing.
Sam's on what, year 42?
Well, I think I remember at least 8 or 9 hours and 52 minutes so far today.
So I salute you, Hash Church. I smoked a gram of hash and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different terpenes in 52 minutes.
Good job.
That's proper.
Yep. Very proper.
That's respectful. You can come back to Hash Church next week.
But only if he brings his terpenes.
I wish there was a way to hand them through the screen, but no, it's definitely a way to. I could probably get you some actually. I could probably get you some.
Scratch and Sniff TV, yes.
Scratch and Sniff. It was like somebody developed that a long time ago. Whatever happened to that technology? You guys remember that? Like there was a wave in like the early 2000s where they came out with a couple articles and some stuff on TV. It was like, soon you will be able to smell through your computer, and it showed like a little box, and a guy was like, it smells like cherries. That's correct.
That's some crazy chemicals. I wouldn't want to be breathing that shit. Just here. See, company.
Got shut down, I guess. Nobody wanted it.
Smell-o-vision.
Smell-o-vision.
I like
Smell-o-vision.
smell-o-vision. Could use some smell-o-vision.
Wonka-vision.
Could you imagine what could happen if that was really true? It's like, okay, kill-o-vision, and they just douse you with poison, bro, right to your computer. Everybody at one time. That would be some horrible shit, bro. I don't want anything like that. You know, like all these new appliances you get have like microphones and fucking cameras and all sorts of shit. Like technologies kind of could fuck you up for smell-o-vision, bro. How about just send a postcard? Put a smell on it.
Well, you can only send a postcard on like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday because the post office doesn't like move mail anymore.
You got to prepare for Hash Church, buddy. You got to send that shit early so everybody can pull it out on their Sunday morning, you know? Like, yeah, I got the Tony Terpene gift card or whatever, you know? And it's just got the card and it's got the smell, just like what they do in the magazines, you know? They let you smell the perfumes. You just send them the smell of the, you know, on a little card and be like, here you go. That's what I'm smoking.
You know what? 2 or 3 years, the Dutch police put out scratch and sniff cards so that informant, neighborhood police type people could smell what cannabis smelled like and call the police if they smelled it. Yeah, they passed out scratch and sniff cards.
No, that's true.
Dude, did the card smell like skunk number 1?
Yeah. I don't know. What strain, Sam? What strain do you think they like? They.
I'm pretty sure it was Candy Kush, so it's pretty much your fault.
Damn, they got that shit. I remember that day.
Now, I don't know what variety it was, but it was terpenes commonly found in drug cannabis. That's what they used. And it was a scratch and sniff.
Yeah, they also send out this little card and say, hey, if you see this on your neighbor's building, and in the wintertime it snows, but like there's some rooftops that look like, there's for some reason the snow is melted right in the certain spots. And they're like, if you see this,
the ultimate one was they had a little tiny portable battery-operated helicopter that they flew around with a sensor that could sense terpenes. And they looked for cannabis terpenes from the air, but only at suspected houses. They didn't do the general entire city. They would go to a place that was under suspect, and they would sniff it and say, yep, it's there.
Damn, that's like, talk about taking a good idea and using it for bad.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that
RoboCrop.
I can tell you right now that somebody's like back of their phone or something got some of my I'm trying to think what terpene it was. I think it might have been lemon skunk, but went out of the country, didn't have any cannabis on them at all, nothing, just had the presence of terpenes, and had another dog like basically come at him, like the dog was like across the airport. It was like, huh? What? Like fucking bolted right for him. He's like, wow! Like it was just from terpenes being on him.
They train dogs internationally with Caryophyllene, and maybe other ones also, but Caryophyllene they use to train dogs.
Okay. Well, that is.
It's funny you say that, terpene, because
you're right there.
That's like one of the biggest. Caryophyllene is one of the bigger terpenes in the OG or in the Kush.
And it's present in most like it's present almost always. Like I've never seen.
This was in. This was 7% of that was in the Jack Frost terpene, as well as pinene, myrcene, and linalool. So in cannabis, though, I see that one, the one that Skunkman's talking about, like almost in every single one has a little bit, every strain. Even in a 0.11%, it's always sitting there, you know. So it's definitely something that comes from the OG and some Kushes, but those dogs definitely are trained on terpenes. That's all I can tell you. They'll rip you apart. Looking for it.
Since we got so many growers in the room, people ask me a lot of questions, and it goes both ways. Now, people have used teas, like even blueberry tea, to feed their plants during the end. Sam, how much do you find nutrients can sway or carry over into the plant, whether it be a fish hydrolysate, which has its own fish ash terpene, or using flavored teas to impregnate the plant? Is that real, and how far does it go? Like, are people used to different nutrients and their taste?
You could totally affect the taste of your cannabis with nutrients. You ever tried Terpenator? All your weed gets is Terpenator flavor. It doesn't, it's weird. Anybody else want to chime in?
Tell me.
Well, what I find affects cannabis taste the most is growing your plants organically to their full potential with lots and lots of tiny roots and big plants. But that said, I'm sure that some different organic foods must have slightly different, but I'm not sure about, feeding it molasses to make it taste like molasses or blueberry tea to make it taste like blueberry. I think that's going a bit far.
But you ever used too much?
Good results, then I'll shut them out.
No, but if you ever use too much bat guano, your weed gets a bat guano taste to it. Like, you can overkill it with some of the stuff.
Yeah,
so nutrients totally play an effect of how the end product's going to taste.
Yeah. No, and I was really talking not in a negative way. I meant that as long as you can organically grow great, fine, tiny roots, and lots of them, then your cannabis is probably going to taste pretty good.
Can we ask you, Sam, what's your feeling on flushing cannabis in the end of its cycle of flowering?
I primarily grow in the ground, and I grow them big, 10 feet tall, 3 kilos plus, whatever. So I don't flush them. When I plow the ground in the springtime before I plant, I use organic amendments, and I time it so that it'll be pretty much sucked dry by the end of the season, then I plow it again next spring.
Have you seen, like, when you've done flushing experiments, do you find what would be the difference in your case? I mean, you're going at it organically, so from the start, a lot of people will say, well, then it should be fine. But does it affect the smoke? Does it affect the sift? Are people depleting their plants of something critical, or is it?
I find that plants taste better when you feed the soil so that the soil can feed the roots, feed the plants. When you force feed the plants, I think you can get higher yields, but I don't think you get a better taste. I don't know anybody who force feeds tomatoes to get a better tasting tomato than is grown from heirloom varieties of tomatoes grown for taste organically. But that's maybe it's my personal opinion.
You know what? Fertilizers definitely alter yields, and actually that's the whole thing about modern technology was the advent of fertilizer to get higher yields with food crops for farmers. That was the whole point of fertilizer.
Yeah, well, higher yields is important, but higher quality is more important.
I don't know. I can get some pretty good high quality off of what I do. Actually, what I do isn't entirely organic. I have a vegan program. Actually, I find giving my plants vegan stuff actually gives it a nice, clean flavor, and you get, look at the end. Nice ash at the end, free burning, you know. Tastes great.
If it works good for you, then I'm sure it must be pretty good. And that's what's really important. As you know, I don't smoke marijuana at all. I'm strictly a resin smoker. I like dry sip, so.
That's cool. Me too. I'm not against dry sip. Dry sip rocks.
Yeah, I probably smoke less herbal cannabis than Mark, and Mark pretty much avoids it.
Yeah, I don't smoke it at all.
Well, I try to do less than that.
Well, you.
Okay. You know what? I'm not against you guys not smoking cannabis because that leaves a hell of a lot more for me to smoke. Thanks, guys.
Hell yeah, dude. Although I'll tell you, when you're doing a video with Remo ever, you sure don't want to say no to his joints, or the audience will just be like, "You think you're too good for Remo's joints? What's up with you, man?" Like,
no, I got a solution for that, Bubbleman. Next time, it's going to be a solid hash joint with rosin and different hashes and bubble hash, and that easy solution.
Exactly. No paper, no glue, no herb. I'm in.
Yeah, you know what? This is for people hating. Don't hate. You know, appreciate. You know, you smoke strictly hashes. Not a lot of people on the face of the earth can make that choice. So, cheers to you, buddy.
Cheers to you.
No, it's not that I am against marijuana for people that like it. That's their choice. But the main thing with me is, to me, marijuana is strictly the messenger, and hashish is the message.
Indeed.
Yeah, you know what? It's all good. I like it all. I can appreciate the hash, the buds, the whole bit.
I'll dab to that. I got a little rogs in here.
Oh, look, everybody's got lemon popsicles. He loves them.
Macking on that. I think it's time for everyone now to open your lemon popsicles. Man, a lemon popsicle after hanging out at Sam's place is pretty sweet.
Coca-Cola. I already see one on the what do you call it, on the table right there. Who's drinking the Coca-Cola at Sam's? Because that's usually a common occurrence because you're so high.
Free Delisi.
Oh, respect. I'm gonna smoke some Sleestack for that. Oh, good.
Whenever you do get Sleestack analyzed for both cannabinoid and terpene content, preferably the original mother, not just from seeds from it, but the original mother. I am really curious, Aaron.
All right, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Well, it's gonna have a little bit of everything. Full sun, some artificial light, grown with love, and then we'll take it in.
Sam, I guess I got another question while we've got another gap. When it comes to indoors, because obviously, even though you have the lucky luxury of being able to perfect the outdoor grow, when it comes to indoors, how far does light go in affecting cannabis? Like when you've seen those, I've seen these crazy, you know, when the guy has 50, 25 watt fluorescent bulbs and he's wrapped the plant in it like a maniac. And I look and I'm like, he seems to be getting a result. It's not commercially viable, but how often do you see lights playing a critical factor in directing the way the genetics express themselves?
To be honest, I might be the wrong person to ask, because I've grown primarily outdoors and in greenhouses with natural sunlight. So I'm not the real right guy to answer about lights. I have little crop experience with lights. I've maintained plants with artificial lights for long periods of times at cold temperatures for suspended animation, but that's about it.
Well, but you get, I assume, everyone brings you their bud to smell and then hopefully convert to hash. Do you basically get anything, like your strains back and you're like, I'm like, when do you basically go, this indoor shit is, there's a reason why you don't fuck with it, and you know it in your nose?
I would say indoor stuff that's grown under lights that I would like the clone of grown outdoors in the ground organically can be really good. The trouble is, a lot of it's grown chemically and it's force-fed to try to maximize yield, and they're really interested in really fast results rather than the highest of the highest of the highest quality like you would want to make for your own grandmother.
Horatio, people don't just bring Sam stuff like that. It doesn't usually work that way, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I assume you guys obviously get to assay way more terp profiles than at least I imagine. That's kind of why I'm like, well, if every year in Amsterdam for your whole life is the best of the best being brought out, you do eventually get a sense of, like, you'll see OG over and over and over again and then go, man, nothing smells like 95. What was it about that guy?
Well, to be honest, it's not really true. Number one is, when people would come and visit me, as a rule, I didn't make hash out of their weed. I mean, that's a lot of work. A few times, maybe Aaron might have brought some pretty clean resin, which I either was able to clean up a little bit more, or in a few cases, like he mentioned, I couldn't even clean it up more because it was so good. But you know, they got cleverer and cleverer.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, we are very fortunate to have a friend like Sam. You know, our families are friends. It's you don't see too many people outside. I don't know. Not too many people are sitting where Ramon and Rick are sitting right now. You know, those two gentlemen are fortunate guys to be sitting where they are. You know, with Sam, and you know, we are fortunate enough to become friends, and our families are friends, and yeah. But it's not like everybody, like, yeah, you have people that come in town when the cannabis cup are around, and they would bring their best hash, and then usually at the end of the hash contest, you know, Sam would clean up some of their hash. You know, but it wasn't like every day for 10 years we were going by Sam. Everybody's going by, hey, yo, can you turn this into hash? It's definitely not like that. You're very fortunate if that day came.
I guess it's rolling with Bubbleman the few times I'm like, all right, let's get out of here. And then it's like, hey, Bubbleman, do you want to just try hitting my rig or hitting my hash? Or it seems, at least the few times I'm like, are Bubbleman's friends living this way all the time? Or is it just when I come outside and see them? But it's a new phenomenon, at least in my world. Everyone's like, hey, check out this melt. And I start to get an assay, and I start to see things where I'm like, hey, man, this isn't really that awesome. Or like different strains that people are like, this is the fire. And I'm like, I don't think you know terp profiles because your nose has never been blown out by some of the things. seen a few times in my life. That's kind of why I'm so interested in what gets the genetics to express itself, so that I know I've met those criteria, and then I can throw out the genetic. Because I know I've done my part. It's in the plant that's the failure.
These guys are partying over at Club Zero. They're fucking partying. They got their arms in the air.
Like they just don't care.
What's going on, guys? You guys partying or what? Hitting some rosin dabs?
There we go.
Yeah.
Easy on you.
Yeah, we're hitting some rosin dabs over here for sure. We got all kinds of nice glass and e-nails going over here, and just having a good time for Hash Church year 1.
Yes, sir.
Celebration.
You should have been letting people know a week ago. I bet you guys would have had a pretty good crew there.
Well, I think it just got kind of arranged last night, really. So
Yeah,
you know,
last minute for sure.
yeah.
Everyone showed up, though.
Exactly. Happy 1 year.
Happy 1 year.
Definitely happy 1 year.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Amazing experience.
Exactly. We'll be back to show you some rosin in a little bit.
Wicked, guys. I'm glad you're holding it down there in Seattle.
Before they can show it, is that what's going on?
Our sister city. Can't even go down there. I live like a few hours away from Seattle, and I bet you I would be like definitely held at the border for long periods of time.
Probed as well, just to make.
Someday here soon.
I think they'd want to keep you there, Bubbleman. Learn from you. That's why they'd want to keep you.
I don't want to share all the things they want to learn. Those scary bastards. What's going on, Dread? You've been quiet. How are things? From Colorado to California.
Things are good.
I know, you're always doing fun things. I see your Facebook, and I'm like, oh, I always want to be where Dread's at. He's like, I'm going to go see the dead. I'm going to go hang out with all my buddies while Chris asks his girl to marry him.
Yeah, that was a crazy experience for sure. I didn't know that was going to happen either. It just kind of happened, so.
It looked pretty special from someone just on the outside who, you know, randomly knows a few of you guys, met a few of you a couple of times, know you guys through online. It looked like a special moment for him to be asking his girl that at the Grateful Dead concert.
Yeah, you know, and I didn't even plan on going. Basically, 2 days before that concert, I had some Nate Myers glass that I sold. And so I sold these 2 pieces of glass. And then basically I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go. And I bought a ticket that night. I didn't have a ticket to the show. I got there. I literally got there at 8 a.m., went to Chris's hotel, woke him up in his room. Then we went, you know, started partying for the rest of the day, and I flew out at 3 a.m. that night, and it was just like an in and out type deal. So yeah, it was quite the experience, and Chris asking his girl to marry him was, you know, the best part for sure.
So what do you got growing these days down there, Dread?
Right now in the greenhouse we've got some Platinum OG. So obviously we got the True OG, Gorilla Glue, some Kosher in there right now. I just filled up a big part of it with Kosher, so I'm running this cut for the first time. And yeah, I think that's it right now. And then we've got a bunch of stuff in the indoor rooms. I mean, I could keep rattling off strains, but the indoor rooms have a lot more variety than the greenhouse does for sure.
Nice. So I wonder if your question would be better suited to someone like Dread Horatio, who's growing indoor as well as greenhouse.
Drop it on me, Dread. If you've experienced it, how much of a difference from a genetic standpoint? How much expression do you get, like early spring light versus like the fall season light outdoors? Can the same strain produce very, very different? And same thing, vice versa, indoors.
I would say outdoors for sure. I mean, if you're not using supplemental lighting, you're going to get a variance for sure. Indoors, when you're in complete control of everything and everything's dialed in the way that you want it to be and the way that it should be, then everything's pretty much going to come out the same, usually. But I mean, there are variances. You know, a plant could get overwatered. This plant could get locked up. So there are problems that will affect the overall taste. I definitely think that there are things that you can do to influence the taste. Like I don't use any sweets or anything like that because I feel like it kind of just gives it a generic taste. And they have like berry sweets, so they flavor the sweets and stuff like that in certain lines to make your weed taste like that way. And so I definitely feel like it does. I stay away from that stuff just for that reason. Flush. I believe flush your plants.
Would molasses qualify as that? Because I don't find a molasses taste, but I find all the weed to be over sugared to the point of I'm like, how can such a low sugariness mute the entire strain? And molasses is a big additive that people love in flour.
I definitely think that, yes, molasses can affect the taste of the weed. But flushing can be important for sure. I mean, making sure that everything's flushed out and that you've leached the plant of everything in there and that it's yellowed and it's ready to be cut down. That's going to be, you know, a good indicator. So you'll be able to, you know, you're going to get your best taste at that point. What Sam was talking about with super soil, I've done that as well, and that's the perfect mix. When you've dialed your mix in to that point where you've got it to where your nutrients are running through all the way through, and then at the end the plant has completely used everything that you've given it. I mean, that's what it's about ultimately. Like that's outdoor with that regiment. I mean, that's the end game right there in my mind.
That's what I was gonna ask. I was like, okay, so you could bridge that gap between why it would sound like, oh, we're not flushing, and I'm like, no, you built a natural balance between the plant and what you've prepared in the soil to naturally use it up per season. I guess my question is now outdoors, do you ever find that environmental conditions can also trigger the plant to look like it, like basically cause it to die? Like other ways indoors could emulate the things that happen outdoors? Because I know a spring grow will be a really different spectrum of light than a fall grow, even if you supplement the lights, because it's more of a blue spectrum versus the orange spectrum.
Can I just mention something about organic decomposition? And the fact of the matter is that most fertilizers on the bag say that they're only going to last 6 to 8 weeks and then they'll diminish. So most cannabis is flowered in 8-9 weeks at most, and we're not usually flowering stuff over 10 weeks. And the reason people have problems flowering the longer varietals using organic solutions is because actually at around week 8 they have to start compensating for the food that's been diminished in the first 8 weeks of the growth. So if you go get a bag of enriched fertilized soil, which is commonly available at any of the grow shops, that stuff's pretty much inert, a grow medium, after 2 months, period. So if you have mother plants and you're keeping it in there, it's equivalent to rock wool or hydroton or cocoa at the end of just 6 to 8 weeks, because that's when all of those nutrients are organically gone, and you have to then step in and start maintaining the pH of your water and maintaining the EC of your feed, period. You know, so it depending on, I mean, I hate hearing people generalize about what they do at cannabis because there's such a big rainbow spectrum of how many weeks does it take, and what's right for one plant may not work for another plant. I mean, so it really is strain dependent, and when you really start getting into growing, you start seeing that some plants have an uptake that's greater than other plants. Some plants you can feed more and they will in turn grow faster. Other plants will just stun and get burned and they can't handle it. So it's really a nuance of the genetics that you're working with. And really just hearing you guys generalize, it just, I don't know. I used to overhear it at Positronics all the time, and realistically we used to put a show and grow together with all of our different varieties right next to each other, same soil, started at the same time, so we could show people how different really the genetics were all about when the environmental conditions were all the same. So
I guess that's what I'm always trying to get at with my questions, because you read things and you're like, well, if that's universally true, then why does this happen? Or that, you know, as you grow. That's why I'm always pushing. I'm like, well, I could totally understand how a plant would express itself fully if it was fed till the end of its life, like it can be in nature, because a tree never walks away. It has to live its whole 50 years in the same spot it picked when it landed. So when growing an annual like cannabis, which is more like a corn, is it more that there's a logic based on salt nutrients and why you have to flush and for how long because of the type of nutrient it is and how long it stays, and that goes out the window when you move to organics that have a known life in the soil? Like, is that why the information can be so confusing when people generalize?
Well, let's ask Sam a plant question. What fruits are harvested and that they make sure that the sugars inside the plant are burned off for the sake of the taste of the fruit? Because that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about flushing, we're talking about allowing the plant to extinguish the remaining sugars, plant foods that she's created through photosynthesis and picking up the vitamins and minerals out of her roots. So what other fruits do they flush, and what is the reason? Is my question. Anybody? Everybody has really good hash today, I can see it.
I don't think they do. Oh, could you see?
There you go. I don't think they do. I'm going to quote you on that, Sam. I am.
Sam, I am. I want green buds and hash.
I just read that book the other day for a friend.
Great book, man. Great book.
My favorite part of hash shirts is Mark reading to us, honestly.
Props to Dana Larson for that one. And Artiste. Very good job that they did on that.
So if nobody else flushes in fruits and harvesting, then what are we really talking about in a sense? Because the plant doesn't have salts in the buds.
You got to remember that when people traditionally grew cannabis hydroponically, they pumped it up to get very fast growth. They would use carbon dioxide. They would use all kinds of extra nitrogen. They wanted to pump it up and get it through wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. So it's then in that situation, maybe you do need to flush it at the end because you've had it on such a high level in the first place. Whereas organic, what you're doing is you're feeding the soil, and then the soil microorganisms are breaking down, and the roots are picking it up from there. So it's indirectly, and that you're not force feeding them unless you've got incredibly high nitrogen levels. But most organic farmers are aware of that.
Quiet, long
Ball rip.
pause.
Ball rip. Ball rip.
You do that, brother. You do that. Got a good crew in here. Over 800 people watching Hash Church today. For all of our nice special guests, it was nice to have Josh in here talking a little bit about the OG Kush. Definitely a very good little story that I've heard from him and Todd previously in a Skype call that was, I thought, worth telling for certain.
It was good conversations. Josh, Sam Skunkman, Todd. I mean, it's a good one. But I'm gonna clean my house, man.
Your house?
Sunday. Gotta clean the house. Gotta do chores.
Nice. All right. Well, I'm sure someone will jump in on you. I think there's a couple of people asking me through
Thank you for having me. And to anybody out in California, like we said before, if you know someone who's been affected by the fire and has lost their property, or knows someone who has lost everything and they were growing and they lost their crops, have them hit us up. DNA@crockett@gmail.com. We'll donate seeds to start you off again. We'll give you guys 50+ seeds of something very, very nice that is a winner. And you guys can start over. It's our little giving back to the community that's been devastated.
Awesome, bro. Thanks so much for doing that. I know that a lot of people are going to definitely be able to take advantage of that, and it'll mean a lot.
It's all we can do, bro. It's a lot of people's livelihoods. And you know, this is our business. It's our livelihood. This is what we've done in Amsterdam for over a decade, and you know, it's touched us because some of these people are personal friends of ours who've lost everything, completely lost everything. You know what I'm saying? Like their house, their greenhouse, their beautiful greenhouse. I saw their greenhouse. I wanted to get a greenhouse just like that, and my friends' greenhouses are gone. It's horrible what happens. 15 seconds of fire will devastate a 15-foot, 15-pound plant in a matter of 15 seconds. It's horrible, bro. I mean, the devastation that happened, I don't wish that upon anybody, and whatever. I'm willing to help, and I know Crockett's willing to help, and Dawn's willing to help. I posted up a little video on our Instagram. You guys can see it, and there's an email address that you can follow. But please don't email us if you haven't been affected by the fire personally. We're going to vet everybody to make sure they are who they say they are, and we want some pictures or something. That's all we ask for. We can't do we know there's going to be some shady people out there that are looting and trying to rip us off, but we'll do our best to keep it good. So thank you guys for having me. Much respect.
Dude, always a pleasure. Say hi to Dawn, say hi to Crockett, say hi to the family, and we will see you sooner than later, I'm sure.
Yeah, you will. Peace, guys.
Peace.
People are watching.
Someone's asking about Sam, and if you've ever heard of the Black African. Was an old strain. Heard some things of. Would take an old head to know. Does that sound familiar?
Well, as far as I know, Black African was because it was either compressed like in corn cobs or buried under the ground, and it may or may not have been affected by various microorganisms that may or may not be so healthy for you. So, true Black African, there might also be weed that's black too. I've seen Colombian that was black, I've seen Vietnamese that was black, and I've seen other sativas that were almost black. So it could be either.
Awesome. Hey, welcome Jay Harris in the house, Mr. Jerome Baker Designs. Got some loud background happening. How you doing?
If you can hear me or not.
Yes, I can hear you. How you doing? Welcome to Hash Church, bro. It's been a while.
Right on, live from Maui, bro.
Oh, nice. That's a good spot to represent from.
Fucking awesome.
Rick approves. That's awesome. That's old school right there, let me tell you. For those of you that are in the know, you know about Jerome Baker Designs. The old Jerome Bakers. You know what, Chris or Jason, you were one of the first people I met in Amsterdam back in '95. You were like blowing glass in the back of.
I remember at the CIA.
It was Cannabis in Amsterdam, yeah. So it was pre-KGB, but yeah, that was like the first time I'd seen anyone blowing glass too.
Very cool.
Totally, dude. Well, welcome to Hash Church. It's our 1-year anniversary.
Hey, this is my oldest surviving piece of glass, Jason.
That's one of the oldest surviving Jerome Bakers in existence, Don.
You know, man, it was funny because when I got it, it was old, and I got it as a gift when I moved into the castle in '97 from Russ at the Melrose Galaxy Gallery, and he had it as a little sacred piece. And it was funny because when he handed it to me, he goes, I'm going to give you something. He goes, but it may not look like the fanciest bong, but he goes, but it's my most special bong. And I was like, what? And he's like, it's my oldest Jerome Baker. And I was like, wow. I don't have the tube anymore, and the rubber, of course, went south a decade or so ago. But
I'll make you one day.
That would be cool. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, no shit. Look at you with the old school in your hands, Todd. You definitely have proven that you can take care of a piece of glass.
I don't think I need that all.
So how are things going for you and for the company, bro? What's been going on?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
You know, I'm out on Maui now. I do a lot of art glass for the tourists out here. I make glass waves, whale tails, turtles, all that stuff. And then my other hat is in the biz. I make the water pipes and the bubblers and all that stuff too. So whatever it is, man, if it's glass, I'm trying to hustle it.
Awesome. And catching surf on the regular or what?
Oh yeah, definitely. I live on the north shore of Maui, so there's a lot of big waves out here. I live about a mile away from the famous surf break called Jaws.
Damn, yeah,
So
I watched some episode of, I don't even know what it was, but it was just about Laird Hamilton.
Yeah.
It was all basically in and around that area, but what a machine that guy.
Yeah, the funny thing is that all of you, everybody from our industry comes to Maui at one point or another. So I have a constant rotation of guests or people hitting me up. Hey, you know, I'm here. Where do I go? What do I do? So it's cool. I get to network and meet a lot of people because everybody comes to Maui for vacation once in a while.
That's awesome. We have the similar version up the road with Whistler.
Right.
It's, at least through the winter, it's pretty steady. A little less so in the summer, but still a lot of people, you know, into the mountain biking and the downhill. So you get them rolling through for sure. Which is funny because the last person to roll through was Rick, who's in the chat room right now, Delisi, and then he went to Maui right after.
Oh, how funny. Yeah, there's a direct flight from Vancouver. We got a lot of you Canadians down here.
Dude, trust me, I need to get my shit figured out so I can go to the U.S. because my goodness.
Yeah, I came from Amsterdam. That's a long trip. It's no joke. You're on a plane for like.
So when you fly from Maui from Amsterdam, what was the trip?
First to Seattle, so there's 10 hours, and then you go from Seattle to Maui, which is another 5.5, 6 hours, depending on the wind. Right there.
Yeah, long flights. Nothing compared to those Asia flights, though. Oof.
No. Does it get worse?
I don't know. I've never really done like the New Zealand or the like random like. It all depends on if you're flying into a city and you're there, or if you're flying into some crazy place that then you need to take like a little plane to get to a village, and then you get on a boat and it's like 3 more hours, and then you get like to walk for 2. Those are the kind of trips that take a long time. Hey, how's that little nail? Little ceramic electric nail?
Yeah, this is called the 710 whip. So it's plugged in, and it's a little personal thing.
Oh yeah.
No torch necessary. It's got a little dial. It's $150 retail. It's the coolest little e-nail I've found.
That's pretty inexpensive, and it still plugs in, or does it work on a battery as well?
Full flavor. No, you can only plug it in, no battery. But I find it really good for the house or office use. You just have it plugged in. It's hard to leave plugged in all day because you get too high. Every time you walk by it, you want to taste.
That's how my D-nail is for certain. Plugged in right next to me here, and
right.
Not unplugged anytime soon. 850 people watching Hash Church right now.
Hey man, can I ask Jason, what got you into blowing glass? I mean, when I first started hitting dead shows, I mean, honestly, you and Snodgrass had the first glass that just absolutely blew me away. And what got you going? When did you start blowing glass? I mean, you're such a legend in this community for people like me that have been floating around it for a couple decades. So it's such a pleasure, and I can't help but to want to ask you a few things.
Yeah, cool. I started blowing glass in 1991. I just happened to be living near Bob Snodgrass in Eugene, Oregon. I was an art major at college. So being down the street from Bob and getting turned on to him was a really, really cool hit. And, I just happened to be the right place, the right time. You hear that all the time. And And that's what kind of happened there, and I was blessed enough to be able to learn from him, and it's been a really fun ride.
How long did you spend working with and under Bob?
How long did I spend working with Bob?
Yeah.
In the beginning, I used to just hang out at his house along with a couple of other hippies. We were all doing Grateful Dead, and I was making batiks and tie-dyes. That was the fun thing for me. And he was blowing glass with his kid in the back of his trailer that he was living in Glendale, Oregon, or Glenwood. And I spent months there at his house just watching and watching him and his kid, and I never thought I could do it myself. And then one day, he showed me how to do it. I did a couple little things on the torch, and it was really self-rewarding. It was really like, wow, I did that. It was really cool. It's like kind of if you grow your weed and then you have this finished product, and you feel real good about yourself after doing it. And that's what I did. I just worked in Eugene with him, and luckily I flew for free at the time. I still do. My mom's a flight attendant, so I could go anywhere in the world for free. So I would make a case of glass, and I would fly to every Grateful Dead or Jerry show going on, go to the parking lot and crush it, come back with cash in hand. And I did that for a number of years. And then when Jerry died in 1995, that was my sign that I had to start a corporation. And so I went and hired a corporate lawyer and started Jerome Baker Designs. Jerome is Jerry Garcia's first name, and Baker's Getting Baked. And I hired all my peeps off tour. I had a school bus at the factory that a lot of them slept in after they worked. And that's how it all started, man. I started in 95. By 99, I was doing a consistent $4 million a year in sales.
That's awesome, dude. That's
awesome, man. Yeah.
That's what's up right there. I love to hear that story, and just take flying for free to each Grateful Dead show and just crushing it.
I remember I was in college. I jumped on a plane and flew to Paris for the Dead. I didn't have any money. I had a few pieces of glass to sell. Sold the glass, caught 2 nights in Paris, nice saint of circumstance, and came home. It was incredible. A lot of good memories from that.
Yeah, that is awesome. I'll never forget also the people going, yeah, I know Jerome Baker.
Right.
You know Jerome Baker, eh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's funny. I had a big German friend that wore overalls and spoke very little English. I always introduced him as Jerome Baker, and he'd always be wasted drunk by the time we got to anywhere we were going. So he'd be hitting people or knocking things over, and everybody thought Jerome was a total prick. But nobody could do anything.
That's fucking awesome.
That is pretty good right there. Very good, man. I'm glad you hit me up today. That's nice to.
Yeah, glad to be part of the Hash Church. I definitely, I have a second motivation here. I just made a new movie. It's called Pipe Dreams. It's a short film. It's 11 minutes long. I'm gonna drop it next month. Maybe I can give you a copy of it, and you guys can play it on Hash Church. That'd be fine. It's going to be available for everybody to watch for free. It's just about glass blowing out here on Maui, and it's a really cool flick. So it's called Pipe Dreams, and it comes out next month.
Dude, how could you not say thanks for that? That'd be great.
Right on.
Man, I want to be in Maui right now. It's kind of rainy here.
What kind of things are you working on now, Jason? What's the future like? I mean, you know, for those who don't know, the 2000 was the year that Pipe Dreams hit. Tommy Tong was raided, Jason was raided. They really came down on the paraphernalia industry in an obnoxious way. Like 10 years earlier, they did it against growers with Operation Green Merchant, and then in 2000 it was Operation Pipe Dreams. And what happened to you with that? How did you recover from that? Obviously, you seem to be back into the swing of things, thankfully, and we all seem to get targeted around the same time. It feels like now that I talk to you. What happened to you after that?
For me, I was arrested. All my accounts were seized. I had 70 employees at the time, so it really crushed me, being I couldn't make payments on a house or cars or pay my employees for that matter. So after being arrested, it was house arrest. I worked in, I've worked in glass the whole time, so I just shifted all my energy to make art glass. and I spent my entire 6 months of house arrest, you know, producing art glass. I had a job written on the books to make glass, so they allowed me to do that. I had a couple solo shows, and then I got hired to do the University of Oregon glassblowing program, believe it or not. I got in there, empty checkbook, I built the entire program, and just went from there, and decided to move over here to Maui just to make art glass, because there's, you know, a lot of tourists and a lot of sales here. And with that, you know, and being on Maui at the same time, it's a real good experience, and I'm able to now kind of get back in the biz with you know, the advent of the legalization of the marijuana trip. I've been doing more and more, you know, pipes and oil rigs and things like that, just having fun with it. My newest stuff that I really am enjoying doing right now are these, you know, just ridiculous large-scale bongs. Hey, and I got my kids in the background. So I do these ridiculous large-scale bongs right now. I've filmed it. I've filmed a lot of it. It's called, my whole series is called The Art of the Bong. That was my best memory from being arrested, was when I was like literally bound and, you know, in my own living room. My hands were behind my back on the handcuffs, and these police are everywhere, and they asked me, you know, what is this stuff? This, you know, these bongs and stuff, you know, tell us more about it. And I kept trying to tell them it's artwork, you know, which I still believe it's a form of art. It's like a street art. But they were so bent on it just being paraphernalia, and so I got locked up for making artwork that didn't fit into a parameter. It just really pissed me off. So now at this point, I'm making a series. It's called The Art of the Bong. It really shows this shape, this fundamental smoking shape, as a piece of artwork. And I make these large-scale bongs. I've filmed them on YouTube. You can find one of the films right now. It's called How to Make a Bong by Jerome Baker. And then this new film that I'm about to drop is called Pipe Dreams, and it shows us making these large-scale bongs. And for me, reality is, I call a bunch of friends up. Everybody comes out to Maui. We get together for a couple days and get to make artwork, glass artwork together, and we do this incredible dance. We do an incredible, you know, choreographed, you know, procedure to make the glass, and it's so fun for me that when we're done, this final piece, you guys might look at it like, oh, what a cool piece of glass. But I look at it like, wow, that's a marker of our time together and us being able to make such a cool piece. And everybody burns. If they don't burn, they're into burning. And, you know, we all have that common denominator. I invite all the head shop owner guys out. I invite the other local glass blowers. And we have a really good time. So that's what I'm into doing lately. And, you know, I'm really into just kind of being in the moment, man. You know, practicing my being here now. That's one of the hardest things to do for me nowadays is be right here and not be thinking about what I fucked up or what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And being out here on Maui and doing the glass and all that and smoking the herb has been, you know, my conductor, my way of being able to take care of all this.
That's awesome, dude. And those bongs you're talking about are not, they're huge. They're like, I think I saw a picture of one, you guys, it was like 6 or 7 feet tall or something. Is that?
Yeah, they're just massive, and they're just ridiculous. And so when it gets to that level, you know, it's like, what are these guys doing? And then really, we don't know what we're doing. We're just having fun. And luckily, I've had some support. The pieces that we've made so far I've sold. One of them is available to view if you're in Philadelphia. You go to Creep Record Store, which should be there. We have another one in New York and Long Island at a store called Utopia. The Utopia in New York is probably the best smoke shop in terms of internal smoke shop I've seen out there. So you can see the pieces out there. You can see the videos. You know, anytime you come to Maui, I have an incredible studio here that's open to the public. You can come by and take a look at the glass being made. And just hit me up. You can easily find me Instagram, Facebook, no problem.
Damn, you're going to get hit up, bro.
This video is amazing, Jason. I just put it out on my Twitter, too. It's I love how you guys edit it. I love the look of it. The shots from in the kiln is great. Looking out. Oh, yeah. That is really cool production, man.
Cool, cool. Thanks.
Awesome. And they got a party going on over at the Zero Club.
Why not play it on Hash Church today? We can.
Hash Church.
Time for another bong rip whenever a nice awkward
Is it a bong rip time? Bong rip. Motherfucker.
I think it might be time for a little rip.
Bong rip.
I'm actually blown away watching this video because I had no idea how you really assemble these things while it's hot and the breakaway, and you know, it's really such a fluid art. I mean, to lock you up for making functional art is really fucked up.
Yeah.
It really is.
You know, that was where I kind of, you know, I'm trying not to have hard feelings or live with some kind of, you know, regret or anything like that. But on the same note, it is bullshit that I could be, you know, I was locked up. It was a political statement that the justice system was kind of used for. So at this point right now, you know, I want to spread the word. I want to spread the artwork out. You know, I can't imagine that people are going to still be getting locked up for this shit in the U.S. So that's kind of, you know, it's important to let people know, you know, that yes, you know, if you make the wrong thing, you can be locked up for it. It's just a really trippy, you know, concept in my brain. I can't get through it. So my answer to it is to actually make these, you know, large scale water pipes and get the ridiculous factor into it, and then make it, you know, available to the public to kind of check out.
You know, the glass, watching the glass, if you will, industry or community grow, you guys really been teaching each other the whole time. And, you know, to really, I didn't realize your connection with Bob until right now. And I had the good fortune, Bob gave me a small, like a 6 or 7 inch hammer with a skull in it at Eugene in '94 when I was out there. Basically, I had Jack's kids and I was basically promoting The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and he came up and he looked at me and he said, "Is Jack here today?" And I said, "No, I'm babysitting the 3 kids for him while he's getting a birthday," you know. And he said, "Come here." And I kind of got up and walked over and he gave me this pipe and he gave me a hug. And I was like, "Thank you." And then he was like, "Thank you." And he went on. And you know what's weird is I ran into him at the last show in '90, the one that he just did. Rob Clark brought me to him, and while I was going to my seats, I ran into Bob, and he stopped, and we gave each other a hug and took a photo. Because I was like, how the hell out of everybody here, you know? And it was just cool as shit. And you know, you guys really did have, you brought such class and sophistication to like rolling papers and acrylic pipes, and I thought it was fantastic. Before I was into the glass you guys were making, I would go to the soft glass art displays in La Jolla and check it out. And then you guys in the early '90s started just killing it with all this really beautiful, functional, just incredible glass. And you know, I think it's beautiful to see that you're still doing that now, and you know, you use the opportunity of when they busted you to educate more people on how to make more of what they busted you for. So I really dig that on every level. You know, more beautiful glass in the world is not a bad thing at all.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a really cool road. It's been a lot of fun, and I feel honored and blessed that I was, like I was telling you, at the right time in the right place. I mean, I could just be a little fish in this big sea at this point, but instead I was there with Bob, and he was truly a visionary. He really had a vision of, you know, what he was doing, and he was making these pipes that seemed to change color the more you used them. He fumed in silvers and different minerals and metals so that it would act like a mirror without a background. So you can see through a mirror if it doesn't have a black background on it. As you smoke through the pipe and the resin builds up and creates a black background internally, it starts to reflect out the different metals and things that he put in there. And he accidentally discovered it. And so after that, he was on tour with Grateful Dead in his little truck for years. And then after I got to meet him and learn the trade, I actually did all the shows I'm telling you about. And I got to meet the people that did the lighting. They're called LSD, Light and Stage Design. And they told me, anytime you bring a pipe to us here backstage, we'll give you a couple free backstage passes. And so at the end, it was my pure addiction to get to those guys, get my passes, and then try to make it to the front row somehow. And it was just such a good time, and I'm so blessed to be part of it. I really look at when Bob started and us few pipe makers were in Eugene, Oregon before the big onslaught. It was like being alive in France during the Impressionist period. and being with Monet, and Picasso, and all the people that were doing the Impressionist paintings then, it was a magical time in Eugene, and everybody that was there that was part of it knew what was going on and knew that it would somehow explode to what it is today. It's just unbelievable. You know, it was kind of like being, you know, back in the day when we were going to fish at Green Mountain College or Castleton and stuff, and knowing, oh man, this band is going to blow up.
Yep, straight up. I'll never forget that. Good times enjoying fish back in the day for certain. I got to sell a little bit of glass on Fish Tour. I remember meeting Poo Tzu on Fish Tour, and he always had glass for sale.
Oh man! At one point I lost the CEO, and I hired Poo Tzu for my CEO. He wouldn't wear shoes to work, and when I took him to Europe, and he still didn't wear shoes on the plane or on the rental car, I had to dump him when we got home. He's somebody that I'm still friends with though, and we still do a lot of business.
Wow, you still know him, hey?
Oh yeah, he's the pin guy now. He makes the little collectible hat pins. He also has a store in Santa Rosa, California, in Ground Zero there. He has a store called The Cornerstone. And,
I haven't seen that guy since like the early '90s on like the East Coast.
Or no, you know what his store is called? It's called the Uncarved Block. It's a crystal store in Santa Rosa, the Uncarved Block. That's your boy Poo Tzu.
Ah, there he is. Well, thanks for the memories on that one. And hey, welcome Chris Bennett, our local cannabis historian in the house.
Hey, how's it going?
Going
Happy
good, man.
anniversary, man.
Yeah, we're celebrating 1 year here on Hash Church today, dude. We got Remo's in the house. We got Horatio. Tony was here. He's gone. We got Skunkman Sam is in the house with Rick and Ramon off camera.
Nice. Full crew then.
Yeah, great crew today. Good conversation. I've really enjoyed it so far, and we've been at it for like, it's got to be 3 hours now.
Cool. So, what have you guys been rapping about mostly?
You know, we just finished rapping about glass. Jason Harris just came in, who's the founder of Jerome Baker Design, old school bong company that's still present today in the scene. Hadn't heard from him in a long time, so we've just been talking a little bit about what he's been doing and his projects. But previous to that, we've discussed a whole variety of things, a lot of different genetics and growing questions for Sam. And we did the OG Kush story, or one of the OG Kush stories earlier when Josh came in along with Aaron from DNA and Todd, who are all sort of in LA at the time, and we're a part of that history. So that was kind of a cool thing to listen to from the perspective of people that were actually there. You got to, as a historian, appreciate history that is attainable by those who were there still.
It's been like an experience of researching history and making history for the last 25 years for sure, you know. The whole movement's come so far, you know. Glad to see your show's doing so good, and hopefully here we see some history next election here. History of Harper, hopefully. Put him back in ancient history.
I really hope so. That's, of course, our local politics. This is our George Bush Jr. For those of you that are Americans and want to know who we're talking about, he's our George Bush Jr. And we need to get rid of him drastically and quickly, because he's done all sorts of... He's not only bad against the prohibitionist, which of course right away gets us in alarm when you attack the cannabis lover, the person who's the anti-prohibitionist. But when you attack everything else that's sacred about the country and just start selling it off, it becomes just becomes devastating, really.
Yeah, well, being anti-pot's been a big part of his policy from the get-go, you know what I mean? Like, he's made tougher pot laws for the first times in decades. And it's going to be tough if he gets back in for us. And the alternative is if we could see legalization. So it's like a pretty heavy election here in Canada, a pretty historical one, you know? A national possibility of election on a national level, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, just reading a few messages here, and I get nonstop messages while I'm in Hash Church from other people through Facebook,
yeah.
all my different services. So it's always nice when everyone talks, actually, and I get to kind of take a break and go and look at what everyone's what everyone's doing. What's new and different in the world of Chris Bennett? What's the latest and the greatest?
Rocking the Mighty.
I love the Mighty. I've got a Mighty here somewhere. That thing works really well with concentrates.
Nice. Nursing some more skateboard injuries, so doing that. And writing a bit of stuff, always up to stuff for sure.
Chris is, of course, talking about the electric skateboards. He's a big electric skateboard guy. He got me right into it with those boosted boards, and I don't know, he's got like 3 or 4 different kinds, but those are epic to just be surfing these wicked carves on these concrete paths that go around Vancouver way faster than the bicycle guy can go when he's going downhill, pedaling as fast as he can go. What do those things do, like 25, 28 kilometers an hour or something?
20 miles, 22 miles, so 30 kilometers, I guess, or more.
That's a pretty
good... This all-terrain board, I really like it. It's got big rubber tires, and you can go on gravel and rock paths and stuff like that, just like nothing, and floats over it.
That's awesome. I'm not going to lie, I'm very excited for snow to fall here in British Columbia. Wow. We had a brutal season last year in Whistler, which is, I don't think anyone that's been in Whistler for the last 30 or 40 years has ever seen a season as bad as the one we had last year. So we're hoping for good cold weather and lots of precipitation so we can have just the joy of surfing down snow. It's one of my all-time favorite things to do. If you guys want to get a little inspired, go check out Bubbleman's World. One of the last videos I posted is a snowboard video, and you can check it out. It's quite enjoyable. So welcome back, Aaron.
I don't know how I just got back on here on my phone, bro.
Well, we're happy to have you, dude.
It just rang and said Todd sent me a picture, and here I am. At least now I know I can use my phone.
Dude, just like that. That was hilarious. I was kind of like, is that Aaron? I thought he said he was like going to clean the house or something.
Dude, I'm totally cleaning the house, bro.
It's good. I like the
right.
word feeling.
Well, thanks for having me again.
DNA Genetics is always welcome in Hash Church.
Peace, brothers.
Have a good one, homie.
So did you take any video of that snow motorbiking?
I do have video of the snow motorbiking, and I posted it on one of the links. It was I tried to post it at the exact time. I have some good footage of those guys going off like 20-foot cliffs.
That's crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, it's the thing is so stable though. Like when you get on a snowmobile, like right away, like if you try to move it back and forth, you're like, wow, like this thing could fuck me up if it landed on me. Like I don't know what they weigh, but it has to be well over between 300 and 400 pounds.
Yeah.
The motorcycle is still pretty heavy as well, but it just seems so much more maneuverable. That even if you flipped it, it would just keep going and move off of you. Where sleds, they do tend to stop halfway through the flip, just kind of and sink. So they feel safer in the long run, but they're also, they're more like you'd want to go on those with a group of guys that had them, so you could all go and do the same kind of riding. You'd have a hard time keeping up with a sled.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Electric skateboarding, and then there's electric surfboarding now. I've seen this guy who's created the electric surfboard. That thing looks insane.
It's just gotten better and better. The first couple I was like, meh, they don't look very good. You can't really stand up on them too stably. But I think that probably within a year or two, you're going to see guys out on the big waves on those electric surfboards, and instead of getting pulled in by a water ski, they'll just be like charging into to those big 30-footers on one of those electric boards and racing out of it as it closes out behind them.
Yeah, it's pretty wild for sure. The idea of being able to get pulled in by your own board.
Yeah.
I don't need a jet ski. You just stand there just in case you need to come get me, but I'll bring myself into this wave.
They have these awesome remote controlled surfers that are like little miniature guys that are about a foot tall. And when it's like a 1.5 2 foot surf, guys take them out and get tubed on their remote control surfer. They really work great.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've seen those. There we go.
Guys, I think I'm going to check out. I have my kids I'm dealing with in the background, and I'm going to be going surfing here in a few minutes.
Wait.
Dude, we'll enjoy the surfing. You're not going to Jaws, are you?
Not today. It's not that big yet, but I really appreciate you guys letting me come on Hash TV today and check all this out. And I love what you guys are doing. Anything I can help with, anytime you need me to be a part of your program, give me a call. Tune me in.
That's awesome, Jason. Thanks so much for reaching out. It's good to see you, brother.
Right on. Aloha, guys.
Aloha. Man, I'll tell you, I don't get envious too often, but yeah, the tropics of Hawaii. That's a good spot.
He's living a dream, man. It's awesome.
Although, you know, being in Canada, people think we live in igloos. I could literally go surfing today.
We live a dream here in BC too, every day.
It's not bad.
It's in the winter here in Canada.
In fact, Tofino's really been biting at my heels lately, Chris. I have a feeling I'm going to end up out there with my family in the next, you know, probably somewhere towards the end of October, maybe before a Jamaica trip. Got that OG Kush back in the house. Welcome back, Josh. That was awesome.
How's it going, fellas?
Woo!
I lost power up here in a windstorm.
Yes. Well, no problem. I didn't even realize. You know, we've just been yammering on. We had Jason Harris come in from Jerome Baker Designs, and that was kind of fun to hear and see from him. He's just another one of those dudes that I met so far back. You know, there was a bunch of us that met in this 93, 94, 95 period. And it's incredible how many of those people I still know 20 to 25 years later.
Yeah, Jerome Baker. That was some of the first, you know, heady glass tubes. You know, was doing bongs and, you know, still that was Sam and Eric who started seeing. That was like the very beginning of the fun.
Totally.
Hey, do you want to bring Matt Bubba Kush up here?
I do, absolutely.
All right. How do I send you his?
You should send him the link that I sent you today. Just copy it out of the Twitter and then send it to him.
Okay, we'll do it.
And there we go. We'll hear from Matt Bubba. Bubba Matt. Damn, that pipe is seriously disturbing, you guys. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
That's one for Hash Church right there.
Oh my god.
That is, Horatio, would you like to comment on that, please?
Are they going to talk about it or just show scary horror images to everybody and relax? Let's hear about it. Who owns this thing?
Jesus Christ.
Unmute.
Hey, it's my rig. Yeah. I went to art school, and you always had to justify the pieces that you made in school. And my dad was an OBGYN, so I do a boarded pieces, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay. Why did you make that?" I go, "Oh, my dad was a gynecologist. I saw a birthing video at 5." So my friends always joked about me having a bong or a rig that was fetus related. So eventually, I got this thing. It's kind of an inside joke.
That you just shared with 12,000 people.
Oh yeah. We got a pregnant lady here who thinks it's really cool. So.
Well, I guess if it's cool with her, it's cool with us. Sam, did you want to chime in on this one?
Sam stepped out for a minute.
Oh, I was just joking around anyway, but that's hilarious. What's puffing over there anyway, guys?
Yeah, we're just pressing out rosin. We got a bunch of guys here just making rosin, and we're just dabbing out, having a good time celebrating the 1 year of Hash Church here. Yeah, Jeff brought some Dutch tree flower, and we've just been pressing stuff out. It's real nice.
Oh, yeah, nice color for sure.
Oh yeah.
Same thing. You just press these out.
They're talking to us.
This is why you get a press.
Hey. Yeah. They're like, what are we up to?
You know, just hanging out here at Club Zero. Everybody's just kind of hanging out. It's pretty cool.
Man, that looks fire too.
Yeah, Darren pressed that just while we've been here in Hash Church. I got the rosin press in full effect.
Nice. Right on. Yeah, you know, we're just hanging out here.
We got this crazy DIY. Yeah, we're all DIY here. We got the DIY e-nail going on. It's just a cardboard box.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Rig flown everywhere.
Almost knocked a rig over, I guess. And then we got the DIY press here going.
Yeah. This is the hair straightener that got broken on the press, and then it was sitting on the trash pile and got repurposed with a clamp. So, you know, it's
nice. Did Nick inspire that?
Yeah, it's, you know, I saw Nick doing this. I saw another guy, Okie Dokie, here in Seattle doing it. There's a bunch of people that have been doing it on Instagram that I've seen, but I figured, hey, why not, you know? Make a little portable model.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. People are just, you know, whatever they want, they can press it up themselves right here, you know? It's kind of cool. We need to get a D-nail rosin press or something like that for the club here, so I can just sit here and anybody can come and press. That'd be kind of cool.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fat dabs, right?
All right, I'm going to add. Do we get to add them? Oh, I have too many friends. I can't add a friend. That sucks. 0.
Yeah.
Who's Matt in the house?
Fat dabs of this Carl Sagan full melt that we rosined out. It's pretty delicious.
Too bad Lester Grinspoon wasn't in the room, and we could ask him what he thinks of people saying things like, "We're gonna dab this. We're gonna hit this dab of Carl Sagan."
I can tell you, he was pretty thrilled that they did a Dr. Grinspoon bud at Barney's. He wanted me to go and try it and see if it was worthy of his name, because it's the spindly, long flowering equatorial that doesn't look like much, but it gets you really, 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 really high.
That's awesome. I'll send that link to Matt Bubba now that he joined Hash Church group on Facebook there, Josh. And hopefully he doesn't have any technical difficulties. You're muted, my friend. But if he does, it'd be great to extend the story and have him come in and talk. Good. A lot of people don't know what's what and who's who and who's a part of things, and it's always nice to sort of set that straight.
Josh, do you, like, I notice, like, with a lot of people who discover a strain and it becomes their thing, do you find you're stuck for life holding and perpetuating that genetic? Like, do you end up still smoking and loving the original OG Kush? Did you go into exploring all the hybrids? Do you find they're just not the original? Where do you end up after years and years of growing it? Like, is it even your favorite plant to grow, or is it just a terp profile you're stuck keeping?
It's by far like my only grow and my favorite plant to grow ever, and I did for years try other varieties, and then I really found that I had found it for me. I mean, that's primarily what I want to smoke, so that's what I grow. I mean, I love the way she grows. If I grow anything else, I kind of feel a little like I'm cheating on her, like, even, you know? It's like I get uncomfortable. Of course, I was able to trade for other varieties too, so that's always been a plus, you know. I can't imagine actually growing that far off from what, you know, she originally was. If somebody had a clone only that was tested, that was like really another bomb OG, I always say that I'm going to try, but then I never do, and I'm always, you know, stuck with the original OG because that's just been my favorite still to this day.
Yeah, I've made it a point not to lose it as well. It's so unique, and I do like some of the crosses that have come out of it that I also treasure, but OG has been, at least to me, just such a great go-to plant. I mean, it's weird that like at night it relaxes me, and in the morning it kind of wakes me up. So it's kind of it's a strange little mix of energies on her, at least in my opinion.
How do you guys feel about the fact a lot of people begrudge the strain for dominating so much of the market that patients then become limited and that's all they know, that's all they experience? It becomes weed to them. Like, I've seen that where people, and I'm like, is it because of the hybridization flooding the market, or what does that have to do with the original strain? It seems like a panacea where it has so many terps that you can literally pull the modulation you need, like what you just said, Todd, it relaxes you at night but energizes you in the day. Is it really just because it holds a little bit of so many things that it works that way for people?
I honestly don't think that it is as big of a market share that people might imagine it to be. I think that the name has been used a lot more than the plant has been traded. And I mean, even with as many plants as I know, I've, disseminated, we could say, and other people have, I think that the cannabis market is huge, and I don't know. I think the name has taken on a lot of the market, but I don't know if the actual plant has actually made it into a lot of the hands of the people making a lot of the commercial cannabis that they're trying to get a market edge by calling it, Kush or OG Kush or what have you, So, if you come out here and try it, I mean, you can judge for yourself. To me, it's unique. I mean, and I've seen a lot of cannabis in a lot of places. It wasn't OG Kush, but people were saying it was OG Kush for the sake of trying to get rid of it. And I understand it, but
well, it sure would be cool if we could get the project Sam was talking about earlier with doing the genetics and figuring out where these plants were from and whether it works like that or not. It would be incredible to be able to go into the genetics and just know for a fact where things came from, how they came to be, what they were, what the parts that made the whole were. Like, it would be amazing to be able to go through that through science and be able to find out.
That's what Phylos is going to show us, and this is where I think that there are only so many notes in cannabis that we might find that we've been trading this, out of the same deck of 52 cards, just reshuffling and reshuffling for a few, 30 years now.
It has such a unique characteristic in the fact that it works every time. I mean, it's a medicine. It seems to somehow not. It's hard to gain some sort of what is that called?
Limitless high?
I'm sorry?
Is it like a limitless high? I've heard that described about a couple of
ceiling list. That has no ceiling, maybe.
I mean, it has some sort of ceiling. The thing is, it always works. I mean, you don't get like some sort of, you don't build up a tolerance to it, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
It has a unique combination of terps and THC and other, I mean, I'm sure stuff that hasn't been discovered yet, because it doesn't test that high in the THC, and I think we all know that. I mean, not as high as all these other varieties I see, and then I try to translate the high to the THC percentage, and it just hasn't worked like that. And it's been
I had it tested years ago in 07. Again, I had it going next to a Neville's Haze, and I was surprised. The test came back, the OG came back at 20.66 and the Neville's Haze at 23.7, and I was rather surprised because the OG felt, I don't know how to put it, like it was stronger, but the Haze, it was a more clear, like a sharper bell ringing. It was very energetic and creative, and it probably is, honestly, in my world, I favor the Haze over the OG, to be really frank. I had an epiphany, if you will, with cannabis when I got to Holland, and I realized you could get these long flowering varieties that gave me energy and didn't make me tired and made me a very functional pothead, if that's the way to put it. And I started getting into the Cali mists and the NL5 by Haze, and then I met Neville, and I got to get the Haze from Neville that he had, and it kind of brought in my spectrum, and I actually caught shit back in the 90s for calling OG Kush a high-end commercial strain due to the fact that it finished in under 9 or 10 weeks. And a lot of the stuff that I was looking at being more particularly connoisseur quality or particularly difficult to grow was the stuff that would have to go between 10 and 16 weeks to finish flowering. So I was kind of trying to divide species up by how long they took to finish.
It's a good way to do it. Someone's asking about Mossimo.
Oh, Mossimo?
Mossimo, yeah.
The Mossimo, that's the name of my dog that had passed away, and I named the strain after him for that year. I mean, I changed the name so many times within just our circle for just identifying different maybe locations of where it came out of, or different batches that we found, or there was such a variety that you see in the OG from location to location. I've heard you guys talk about that frequently. The Moss was just a tribute to my best friend there, and I entered it in the cup. It was in LA as the Mossimo, and that's the way the name thing goes down. Everybody wanted a name that's kind of like the Kush. I mean, I can remember when if you had OG Kush, that wasn't good enough. So they want some kind of like Fluffleberry OG Kush, and that was what was selling. Not, it was, you know what I'm saying. So the Mossimo was stemmed from just another name of the same branch.
Nice. Well, that's clears that up. Someone's thanking you in chat. Nice to be able to have the people right here to answer. Are we getting? Is it working out with Matt? I sent him a message on Facebook.
He's working out the sound right now.
Ah, yes, the sound. Excellent.
I don't think there's ever been a single strain that's had more misinformation attached to it as OG Kush as well. So many people have wanted to claim some type of, responsibility for the plant. It's amused me over the years that I've been fortunate enough to have it and see the popularity of the cutting develop. It was a phenomenon in my kind of entire career of growing to see a plant that didn't have a marketing agent or a PR person just turn itself into a rock star. I mean, a cannabis plant is kind of silent, and for a cutting to be able to get itself into the, there's the secret life of plants, if anyone's ever checked into it, and do we use them or do they use us? And OG Kush has done an absolute fantastic job of replicating herself and getting herself all over the planet, so I find it kind of amusing.
Yeah, she's run my life for sure.
Yeah, what a contribution. I feel really, fortunate to have had her as long as I've had her, and she's been great to me. I mean, honestly, I don't know if you saw this, Josh, around LA, but back in the day, this was one of my little trifolds. After I got out of prison, I was poor, and so my first trifold was select strains, and you see what the top plant is, OG Kush, and there it is on the front, and and then I had it, all photos are from me taking them, of course, and my little description of OG back in the day.
Manicure.
A finicky strain.
Nice manicure.
Did I write that? Yeah. A finicky strain that can bring you both an astounding high and a challenge in the grow room. We recommend less than a week of pre-grow when grown in the sea green setting with plant spaced closely together. In the greenhouse and planted in the ground, we have seen this plant produce up to 3 pounds. Indoor growers can keep the plant from stretching by limited pre-grow and keep in the room in the low 70s. 9 to 10 weeks. I loved it. I think cannabis has been such a wonderful. I'm so, I hate to say I'm glad I got cancer, but I'm so glad I got cancer and I could smoke weed and I've had this great adventure in life because, man, if I had been healthy and just, fuck, I'm so glad everything happened the way it did.
Wouldn't change a thing. It's often, you know, when we turn our obstacles into opportunities, the heavier obstacles can become even bigger opportunities.
Yeah, honestly, and nature favors the brave, and I think those of us who have tried to take a good line and do the right thing always, it's worked out really well, and I love it. It's weird to say that prison was a good experience, but I met nice people, and it was really a nice experience to realize I had so many people that really cared around me when I needed them. So you never want to test your friends, but then when you have to and they're all there, it's pretty astonishing. So it was a beautiful experience that I never expected in a strange way.
Wild, eh?
Yeah, literally. Everybody told me going to LA that everybody was superficial and nobody cared about anything but themselves, and then I get there and I slip and I get busted, and people that were nothing but TV people in my world end up bailing me out of jail and helping me out and visiting me in prison and being there for me, and I don't know, it was a beautiful experience to see that it doesn't matter what social ladder we're on, that people are people, and it was a beautiful experience. I mean, as hard as it was to go through, it was a beautiful experience, to find out that Josh and this guy, may I say it, Mad Dog existed, when I thought that this guy's nickname was fake. I told Josh that, I didn't really think there was someone named Mad Dog, and I thought they just weren't telling me, because I was in trouble, so. But, you kind of brought me to tears later on when you told me the kind of story of your old friend.
Dude, you're just so positive, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Derbs. Tell ya. Man.
Well, listen. Cheers, you guys. I gotta see if I can get a.
I thought they just weren't telling me, because I was in trouble. So.
Am I on?
But, you kind of brought me to tears later on when you told me the kind of story of your old friend.
Did I make this happen?
Dude.
Yeah, mute the YouTube.
Positive. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Is this working?
100%.
I'm on? Nice. Yeah?
Welcome.
Yeah,
Welcome to Hash Church.
Cheers, you guys. I gotta see if I can get a.
I thought they just weren't telling me, because I was in trouble. So.
Am I on?
You're on, but you have to turn off the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Yeah,
How's that?
Perfect.
Ah, fucking A. How is everybody?
Doing really good, man. Welcome to Hash Church.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a bit of a delay I got to get used to.
That's awesome that you figured it out and got all the technical difficulties worked out. We were just talking about the wonderful OG Kush. Todd was going on about how much it helped him over the years, and Josh was talking about how it's still his favorite to this day. And
I think it's all our favorites.
well, that's why we had to get you in here to tell us a little bit about it, to tell us your perspective, and just tell us how you fit into all of this.
Well, I'm the original Godfather. Well, one of the first 5. I brought it to LA in '96. We started it in '91, '92 in Gainesville, Florida. And Josh picked me up from the airport one day in LA, and I said, I brought cuttings. Luckily, one of them survived. They were rolled up in a rollerblade boot and a little bead of water in a plastic bag. Yeah, we raced home and put as many, or plugged as many as we could. Only one of the Kush survived. The Bubba survived, the original Bubba. That was a Northern Lights strain given to me back in like 90, 91 from my buddy from New Orleans, who was from Northern Cal. So he gave me a bunch of seeds, and that was the Bubba. So I brought the Bubba, I brought the Kush, and this other strain, the KY, out to LA. And eventually everything just kind of faded away other than the Bubba and the Kush, and then the Bubba faded away after the Bubba Kush.
Wild.
It was I kind of regurgitated that really fast.
I liked it though. It was straight and to the point.
Then you tell the story over and over and over. You finally just kind of, I don't know, it just comes out.
Well, it's pretty cool that you were one of those people back there in the day. So many people telling these stories. So many people rewriting the history. It's good to have it come from the horse's mouth.
The seeds actually were found by two old buddies of mine, Alec and Corey. They found the seeds in a little excursion to Miami that they took and brought back a bag of weed, and that was the seed that started the Kush. And then, there were about 5 of us that started it. There was Alec, Corey, guy we call Lurch, and me, and Fuji. Fuji and I are still partners. We're launching our genetics line finally after many, many years. That'll be called Imperial Genetics, and that'll, of course, be a lot of the original crosses from the Kush that we've made over the years. Purple Fantasy is probably one of the most popular favorites.
Wow, that's got to be a long time coming to be able to find yourself in a position where you could do a genetics company.
Yeah, well, the hardest thing has been the fight. You have the folklore from almost 30 years of all these stories that have been coming out, and it's really hard. I mean, I've gotten to the point where it's kind of laughable, but in the beginning it was tough. I had a lot of attitude about it. I was like, no, dude, the Kush is not from New Zealand, bro. Get out of my store with that kind of talk. It's like, nobody knows where the Kush is from. I mean, we made the name up. We had no idea of a Hindu Kush region back then.
Oh, I was going to just ask you, why did you start calling it Kush back then in the day, can I ask?
My buddy Fuji, his older brother, they were from Indonesia. And Frankie was this cute little long-haired dude. He really short, cool dude. And he'd always come in and he'd be like, where are the Kush berries, man? Where are the Kush berries? We're like, dude, it's no berries in this. And we'll call it Kush. That sounds good. So we called it Kush. But originally he was calling it Kush berries. Then it became the Kush, and then once it hit OG or LA, and everybody started singing about it, and there were all the knockoff copies, and people were unsure what they were getting. We had to start, differentiating our cut from all the copycats, and that was where OG came from, which was the term of the time, the phrase of the year. Everything was OG. OG this, OG gangster, da-da-da-da. So OG stuck. And then people started making short names for it, like the Ogers, and cuter names started developing. Then people just straight out started calling it different shit. It just became, well, you guys are really pushing it now. I mean, I've told the story once before about our friend Josh and our old buddy. I don't know if I should make his name, but every month Josh is like, no. Every month, this was a dispensary here in Colorado. Every month he'd come up with a new name for the Kush, just to be funny. And he called it Master Kush or Master P Kush one year, or one month he called it a bunch of shit. But the one name that actually stuck was Diablo. So now there's this like Diablo Kush out there that's it's just our cut. But it's funny. So I let that one slide. He's a friend, whatever. But I'm telling the story now. Sorry, buddy.
Well, hopefully we can find out the true genetic lineage one day of all these different strains, like what I was talking about with the Phylos.
I definitely want to see that.
Absolutely.
I'm excited too as well. A lot of people were taking claim to make an OG Kush, and it's a little silly. I mean, the truth is that we don't know, and science will sort it out in time.
Agreed. Nobody knows where the Kush really came from. All I can say is I got a strain by the stroke of God, and everybody fucking loves it and still loves it, and that's all I can really, I'm very proud that I did have my part in the story. But yeah, nobody knows what it is, where it came from, until we do the genetics work and break down the actual, genes of the thing. We'll never know what it is.
You mentioned coming across with the Bubba that you is that related to the actual Bubba that comes through our history, or is that what like when you said like, oh yeah, and then there was the Bubba, I'm like, is that pre-98 Bubba? Is that like, I don't know, I don't have a long history with Bubba, and now I see so many things that are just dubbed Bubba,
yes,
or Bubba's dubbed vice versa to OG, whatever's selling. So do you have history with the Bubba Kush as well?
I'll tell you the whole story of the Bubba. I got seeds from New Orleans via Northern Cal. It was an awesome plant. It was super stocky, short. The leaves, the fingers of the leaves covered each other. None of the bottom of the plant really got light. I named that after myself, Bubba. The name Bubba came to me from me calling everybody Bubba. I called all my friends Bubby, Bobby. It all came kind of from Bubba, which is an old Jewish grandmother and a term of endearment. So everybody to me was Bubba. I called everyone Bubba. Bubba called me it was just Bubba, Bubba this. So I named it Bubba. And it was just Northern Lights, which was told to me was Northern Lights, which I grew from seed and then brought that to LA. Josh and I had a little closet underneath a stairwell where we had a little hermaphrodation, and that started the Bubba Kush. So Bubba is just Northern Lights that I started in 90, 91. Memory's a little bad, but I used to go back and forth to New Orleans. I went to University of Florida, so it was a quick trip. And all those guys were from Northern Cal that went to Tulane. They gave me a bunch of seeds, and that was the Bubba. Anything before, I don't really like pre-98 because Joshy and I started the Bubba Kush in 97. So how many phenos could there have possibly been in 98 to actually separate it as pre-98? We should just call it 97 Bubba Kush. But by that time, by the time Bubba Kush was really, prevalent, we quit growing the straight Bubba. So there's nobody that has the original just straight Bubba cut. And the Bubba Kush cut has actually been kind of pilfered out a little bit too. It's not too many people have that real cut either. But yeah, pre-97, pre-98 is a misleading term. It should just be called the 97 Bubba Kush. Or pre-2000 or pre-1999, because that's when other phenos really started popping up.
So I guess it goes the same question as the OG question. What if someone says, like, again, I'm like, well, I've been throwing tons of stuff called Bubba Kush. How would I know? What would be what you describe as the terpene profile or the experience of Bubba Kush as you know it? Just like I asked about the OG Kush. How would I know if I came across it? Because it's funny you said Diablo Kush, and I'm like, holy shit, I ignored that as like, whatever, this just sounds like a rename, and it's a rename of what I'm actually most likely looking for. Which, so what would you say makes Bubba versus what other people are doing?
The Bubba Kush, the last time I had like the real cuts tested that I knew was from my family that still had the cuts, because I've lost it and got it back and lost it and got it back, just like a lot of us have had our downfalls and lost our mother rooms. And it typically has a mellow THC value. We're talking probably max 17, 18. The CBD levels are really high in comparison. So you're getting like a 3 on your CBD and a 17 on your THC. The flavor profile, it's kind of like trying to describe the flavor of Kush. I've been trying to describe those flavors for so long. It's like
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's definitely foresty. It's got earthy, spicy forest. That's what I.
No, the original straight Bubba tasted like a magic oak forest. Like literally, it was so earthy and rich and bouquet of, and it literally it had hints of sage, or it was a very unique flavored bud. And then mixing that with the Kush, it made it even more indescribable. I mean, I really couldn't describe it, but if you do see it growing, it's definitely got a really much fatter leaf. The leaflets are much bigger than the Kush by far, and it's still a stockier plant. You're not going to see Bubba Kush. The real cuts grow really big and stretchy, and not like
it veges real slow for sure, comparatively. It's in the slow category. Yeah.
Remo might have to veg that one for 3 months instead of 2 months.
I vegged it before for 10 weeks, 12 weeks. It was 6 foot tall, but super slow.
I would have seen that plant.
Yeah, Remo was in here earlier talking about his plants vegged for about 2 months, and they looked like they were all between 6 and 7 feet tall. Big monsters that guy produces, and the quality too. Like that's the crazy thing about Remo. He's not growing commercial swag. He's growing like if you were brokering herb, it would be like the higher quality, whether you call that triple or whether you're now into the world of quads, whatever you want to call it. The top grade, you could sell that shit pretty easily back in the day type thing. Really good medicine. Like you take the resin, or you take the material and you extract resin from it. I've done it with bubble hash before. John did it with dry sifting, and many have done it with a variety of oils. And his stuff always comes out like really superb quality. So, gotta give him props for that. That guy really knows how to grow herb. Does indeed. Awkward silence. Awkward silence.
I want to take this moment to tell you guys it's great to actually meet all of you visually and not just on Instagram and Facebook. Todd, definitely great to see you for sure, bro. All you guys, legends of the future and legends of the past.
Thank you, man. Your bravery brought a lot of joy to my life. I'll be really honest with you. But OG has been one of my favorite since ever I had it, and I can't thank you enough. I mean, I always wonder where, when you make something and you give somebody a cut of something, where it goes, and you kind of don't gotta wonder. You've touched the lives of so many people, and I thank you. Back then they were hating on us and obviously persecuting us, and it took people like you to hey man, break the rules until the rules were right, and I thank you. I really do.
It's very heartfelt, man. You're actually gonna make me cry. Stop.
It's I'm not trying to. I feel that we were persecuted in a sense for a long time, and now science is catching up, and oh wow, the plants that they were peddling didn't not only harm anybody, it helped a lot of people. And it'll be like, in my eyes, at one point slavery was okay in this country, and it took people to stand up against it and say, no, it's really not. And I feel like this is what's happening. And now you would never dream of there being slavery in America. And I believe that we will get to a point where you won't even be able to dream about there being cannabis prohibition in America. And it'll be because of the bravery of people like you and I and Mark and others, and it'll be, and way others, and everyone else that goes unnamed, really. And it'll be really because the truth was we were right. Slavery was a bad idea. Cannabis prohibition was a bad idea. And actually the future is showing us that. And I'm happy to be part of it. And it's really beautiful to have people like you kind of come out and talk about these things in such a matter-of-fact way. And I so respect when the answer becomes, I really don't know. that you get to a place when you ask a good scientist about something that usually will answer, well, we don't know. You know, this is what we know now, and it's true most of the time. You know, and everybody wants definitive answers about what is what, and the truth is, you know, my friend's got some seeds in Miami, and this is how it all started. And
stroke of luck, God's gift.
Yeah, yeah, you know, and now it's made its way into so many good strains. You know, Girl Scout cookie, Thin Mint cookie, and a whole host of ones. You know, I could go on and on, really, but it's been an incredible breeding plant. You know, back prior to this OG Kush, there was like the NL5 by Haze, and NL was in a lot of plants that we became known. You know, Skunk 1, Sam, I was going to ask him about this. What's the percentage of plants he thinks Skunk 1 made its way into that we currently smoke? I think it would be hugely high.
I so miss my skunk from early days in Gainesville. If I could find that cut again, we definitely need to give him lots of props for that. Lots of love.
I used to live in Port Charlotte, Florida in 1991, and I used to drive all the way up past Tampa to get Gainesville Green. It was the best bud on like southwest of Florida at the time. And
I've even said, if anybody can find that cut for me, I'd give him $1 million.
I was lucky enough to find the weed, bro. I mean, you know, it was a construction worker friend who lived next door to me, and I'd have to drive and I'd have to buy the weed. And it was like, give me weed just for driving me up there. It was that kind of a deal. But I was happy to do it. I was a new kid in Florida, and I needed my weed, man. I did.
That's awesome. I didn't know you had those roots. That's awesome.
Yeah, but, you know, people have asked me if OG was Gainesville Green. I was like, actually, no. I actually used to buy and smoke that stuff in 91, and truth be told, I never heard. I was growing OG Kush in Amsterdam in 95 and 96 at Positronics. And when I got to LA and I finally got the Kush, it wasn't what I expected. It was like, this isn't Hindu Kush. So that's why I went to Rob Clark and was like, you know, what is this? And that's where that's where that conversation came out. And that's actually how that guy Dave Richards found out I had it, because I was inquiring about its heritage at the time in the 90s, and of course he was like, I want that, and I was like, no, because I was going through my own case and I wasn't about to catch a distribution charge, and I had to say that I wouldn't give it to anybody when I got it back then. So it was like this, you know, but I was inquiring as to what it was, and I got from him, I don't know.
Wow, you just connected so many dots for me, because I just hung out with Richards, shit, when did we hang out with him, Josh? Like 8 months ago, a year? When were you out here in Colorado?
Let me just add something, and you know, Shanti Baba, who was used to be Scotty back in the day, he grew out all of the stuff that Dave Richards had in Amsterdam, and it was just regurgitations of I want to say, we sold it. Did you ever experience Positronics, where we had all the strains growing? And it was in Amsterdam. It was did you go to the Cannabis Cup in '94, 5 or 6?
No.
So we had this little cannabis superstore. I don't know how else to put it, where we sold grow equipment. We had a vegetarian cantina. We sold bulk equipment, seeds, paraphernalia. We taught people how to grow pot. We had a huge nursery. It was epic. And so when Richards broke up with Arian and Scotty, I inherited all of Dave's plants. It was Scotty who brought them over to me, and at Posi, I got to grow them out beside all the Dutch stock, if you can get where I'm coming from. And honestly, OG Kush, as I would come to know it when I got to LA in 97, 98, because I didn't really get to start flowering it until 98, even though I got it, you know, when I got it. But it takes a minute once you get it to get to a place where you're looking at it going, what the fuck is this? And I got to that place in 98, and that's when I was kind of scratching my head and going back to Clark, because Clark was my go-to person for everything I ever wanted to know in cannabis, because he was so, you know, it was Clark. Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, but yeah.
Great. That is a lot of dots.
Well, you can, if you know Scotty, you can ask him too. I mean, you know, and you know, we were not even we were not calling Hindu Kush Kush in Amsterdam ever. We never called it Kush. We never did. There was no. It was Hindu Kush, you know. And when I got to LA, that's when I thought I was getting was a Hindu Kush, to be honest.
It was a surprise.
I was surprised. But I'd already gotten the bud multiple times, you know, so I knew what it was, but I was like, you know, this doesn't look like, you know, so that's kind of where it all went, you know. Has it always had like a little disease in it where it curves? The little leaf. Talk to me about this.
It does a lot of weird stuff. Josh,
you talk about the leaf curl with the camo and the strange.
The strange curve it does. You know, Josh, exactly what I'm saying. So, can I tell you something that's interesting? So Rob told me it was a disease, but it's not in like he didn't know which one it was, but he said that it was what it was. But what's funny is, and I have photos I can show you because I was in the Sensi grow facility that they've had for 30 years, and they have plants there with the exact same left leaf curl. And I looked at that and went, oh, that's interesting. And you know, this is where I think a lot of these cards that we're shuffling does go back to really Sensi Seed Bank, the Holland Seed Bank, Sacred Seeds. There was not a whole lot of players back in the day that were playing with these plants, and I can't wait to learn what it really ends up being in the end of the whole scheme of things. It's
you know,
like
when we first started growing, you know, when the first Kush first started, or we first started back in, you know, the early 90s, it was a full, healthy, vigorous plant. I mean, it grew, you know, normal number of leaves, but after we brought it to LA, it started really doing funky stuff. You'd get the, you know, the 4-finger leaves, you know, the 1-fingered leaf occasionally. You get like 2. You get all kinds of weird things happening to it. So I just kind of chalked it up. I mean, it could have been just ignorant on my part, but I chalked it up from just cloning from mother to mother to mother for so long. I mean, it never lost its never lost its potency, never lost its flavor, but it did lose a little bit of its.
Can I throw this at you?
Yeah.
Because this came up as a topic at Positronics, and what happened, and this is what I felt, because I went to Rob. Rob said that a plant will not lose its structure. If you through asexual replication, it will not change. Okay, so that said. Going forward, people were complaining about the vigor and the inconsistency of the clones that Posi was selling because we had new people in cutting clones. And what I looked at and watched was if you take cuttings from the lower part of the plant, which isn't as developed, and you put it in, it's not going to grow the same way as a tip, for instance. And because they were inconsistent in the way they were cutting their cuttings, they were inconsistent in the way they were growing out and re-vegging. So if the way I kind of corrected that was by letting all of the cuttings I would take get like above a certain point, 18 inches or so, and all the little side branches would have to come up. And I could show you pictures. I used to keep my mother plants as little flat topped because that way all the cuttings that came up would have full leaflets developed. They would be mature at that point, if this makes sense, because the top of the plant is like more mature than the bottom branches that contain less leaves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that, you know, that typically, I think, was the fixer for a lot of the. I mean, when we try to get it back from doing weird stuff, it was always from top. You know, making sure you cut it from the top.
Right. A good sea of green was if you could get a bunch of tips and then put the tips in and they would shoot up, you had a much better result. You know, and it was all in the way that you kind of held your mothers. It's kind of funny, but it's. You know, when you're a kid and you had a little elastic band guns or whatever, and it was just the way you torqued it. And I think that there was a bit of that with the mother plants. If you get them to the point where they're really rushing along and they're super healthy and they're making these full leaflets because the branches coming up have had time, and you know what I'm saying? You can get a better end result in your cloning, overall cloning.
Totally makes sense. The last 4 or 5 years, I haven't been able to dedicate as much of my space to Kush as I'd want to. So Josh has the best, probably latest knowledge going. I mean, he's never stopped. He always had full rooms of Kush. I've had to grow multiple strains at once, and I've lost my attention, stepped away a little bit, but. coming back now. Coming back now. Finally got another warehouse coming up.
Wow.
I think your timing is good.
Yeah. Thanks. It's definitely time to get back in. The next warehouse is going to be totally devoted to genetics, and that's what I've been wanting to do. Colorado, unfortunately, the demand for multiple flavors constantly has forced me to stray away from my true love, which is the Kush. But now that I'm just doing genetics, I guarantee most of that warehouse will be Kush.
Nice. Let's get to sifting already. Come on.
Right. Imperial Genetics, looking at launching in November, so I'll let everybody know.
Excellent. The world always needs more great herb, because great herb brings us great resin, and that's really what the world needs.
I love that shirt.
Wicked. I'll smoke to that. Wow, it's been a wonderful Hash Church. We've rocked 4 solid hours of pretty solid, awesome conversation, I have to say. I've been digging Hash Church today. Got the full melt dry sift in the house thanks to D420K. It's all stuck to itself right now in the shape of the container. Damn camera. Anyway, I'm gonna smoke it. Pressed up real nice. All sorts of different rosin.
That myself.
Excellent. I would say what's puffing, but I'm guessing you guys are puffing that OG Kush.
I'm gonna do a dab of some Platinum Bubba that I just picked up.
Platinum Bubba. There we go. Sweet. Still over 700 people watching Hash Church. We got up to like 850 or something at one point. That was pretty cool. I think this has been really a great episode. I want to thank everyone so much for laying it down today. Huge thanks to all of our special guests. We've had a few of them. Matt and Josh, and of course Skunkman Sam. Dude, like, you have an open place on the panel anytime you want, bro. We don't mind that you're off camera. Got to thank Rick and Ramon for bringing you in. That's pretty fucking awesome. I'll puff to all the awesome guests today. Boom.
There you go, bro.
Thanks again, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Yeah,
Awesome
talk, guys.
Thank you guys for coming on and talking about OG Kush. I find it fascinating, as I'm sure everybody else does too, and thank you guys for sharing over the years.
No, thank you, seriously.
Yeah, thanks for man.
Josh, I love you, buddy.
I love you too, Bubba.
And where are you at these days, Bubba? Are you
Colorado?
Colorado, yeah.
Yep. Still here. Came here during the initial green rush. We started one of the first 7 dispensaries, and then we got one of the infamous, was called the Canosaur dispensary. Then we got the first 25 letters and had to move.
I go down trying.
Nice. You talking to us, Sam?
No, I was talking to these 2 amigos sitting here next to me, who were handing me various assorted Rosins, and I told them I was going to smoke it all tonight.
You've always known some pretty cool amigos, haven't you, Sam?
It helps.
It helps. Like, how many years ago did you meet the infamous Haze brothers?
Well, the original Haze brother was doing work up in the hills in the late 60s. I met them in 72, but one of them lived across the street from me, and one of them lived down the street from me. So they were both there, because the first Haze brother did it alone for a couple of years. Then he was working with the other Haze brother, who actually lived close to me, and yeah. So I forgot what was your what? 72.
72.
And all the original work was done by the first Haze brother, but it was the second brother who were not really brothers, but just friends, who added South Indian and Thai for me.
Very cool. Exotic flavors. I'm a huge Haze fan myself. It's no secret that my son's middle name is Haze. I'm like super stoked on the Haze. It always made me happy. Like literally, just the smell of that sort of spicy, exotic flavor that the Hazes often would give you in the air.
The best of the Haze is hard to beat.
It really is, right?
Yeah.
All these great strains out there for us to be able to love. How lucky are we? Todd's got a big smile.
It's the world.
It's wonderful. Many thanks. You got phones ringing in the background.
Yeah, you want to say hello to my mom?
Yeah, I'll give her a what's up, moms?
Hey, Mama, you're on TV.
Bubba's mom.
Yeah.
Represent.
Yeah, Bubba's mom.
Hey, what's up, Bubba's mom? Welcome to Hash Church.
You're
Hey,
on
welcome to Diane as well. I heard you in the background.
Church, Mom. Are you doing dabs? I'm just playing with you. I'll call you later. I love you.
Always answer the phone when it's your mom.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. Love you. Bye.
Awesome. That was cool. Your mom got to be on Hash Church for a little bit.
Right? No, it was really funny. They didn't know what I did, of course, for years and years and years. And when I did the High Times magazine in October, what was it, 2013, I finally said, okay, well, I have to tell her. I'm in a national magazine. Somebody's going to know. So I walked in and I threw the magazine on the countertop and said, this is what I do, Mom. She's like, I don't understand. I'm like,
it's called. So did you start with the endocannabinoid system? Go nice and slow and build her up.
Yeah. I said we all have all natural receptors, Mom. It's natural. It's good for us.
It'll help you sleep. Take away any aches and pains you might have. Have a little tea.
I'm going to start her off on CBD, and then I'll start getting her high without her actually knowing.
There you go. You know what? I preach to all sort of my family members and any sort of people that are in the older category, you know, that haven't used cannabis and are kind of freaked out by prohibition and the propaganda that it spurred. I just sort of teach them how to make a real simple coconut extract and taking it in a real small microdose sort of a way, in a way that, you know, they don't have to feel the euphoric effects to know that they're still, you know, putting phytocannabinoids into their body that will still be able to be used in a good way. So I think that's the best way to turn people on, particularly people that are terrified of what prohibition's propaganda and lies have been spread. They're freaked out that they think THC is the enemy, even in reality when it's clearly the hero of the story.
I'm finding that I'm actually amazed on how many older people that used to condemn me for what I do are now all interested. Now they want to know, oh, can I get some of that CBD stuff? You know, I have a friend that's, you know, she's got a bad ankle or whatever. She heard that the CBD might work. And sure as shit, you know, I got 80, 90-year-old people asking me for CBD oil. And I'm like, sure, here, have it. In fact, I just started a whole line of just CBD oil just for that reason. Like, it's become cool now, even amongst the old people that used to, oh, Matthew's a stoner. We don't want you hanging out with him.
It's more cool for people who are older who have maybe found themselves on pharmaceutical drugs to be able to tell them that, hey, you know, you can actually use this for a variety of those pharmaceutical drugs. It's almost unbelievable to them, and I can only imagine how stoked they are. It's interesting that so many of us were at the, you know, the teenager at the dinner table trying to hide that we were baked. Don't look at my eyes, Mom. Like I just dropped 3 bottles of Visine into these things. They shouldn't be red. even though that's how you make your eyes more red. You don't know that when you're a teenager. And now here you are at the same dinner table years later saying, listen, Ma, like if you're having a hard time sleeping, you need to take a little of this coconut oil, and it can help with arthritis, and it can help prevent old age diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. And how do I know this? Well, my friend Dr. David Allen told me, or you could read about it or listen to Dr. Donald Abrams or any of these guys that are now coming out of into the mainstream and explaining the importance of an endocannabinoid system and the importance. Recently in Stanford University, I don't know if you guys saw this one, of course, they're saying that, you know, that the blockage of cannabinoids is what is causing Alzheimer. And so the old age, the age old, oh, you're forgetting everything, you're probably stoned, is actually now shown by science to be saying the opposite, that no, how we remember things is through cannabinoid transference, not through the lack of cannabinoids. That's how you become, you know, it's actually a particular name of the plaque that builds on the receptors so the cannabinoids can't bond. This is what Alzheimer's disease is. And so they found out in Stanford School of Medicine there that you could potentially use phytocannabinoids to stall the onset of the disease, but more importantly, to prevent the disease in the first place, because obviously you're not going to get a plaque growing on these receptors if you're using those receptors. There's an endocannabinoid deficiency. I just thought I'd share that with you guys because it's fucking mind-blowing stuff, really.
That's cool stuff.
Absolutely. We've got a long way to go. There's all sorts of science that's coming, but I think we're long past the uncomfortableness of being the shady cannabis person, and that we're well into a decade plus now of being able to be like quite proud of what we do and being able to use our ability, our bioassaying of finding what we think is the best. It's simultaneously seemed to turn into what happens to be really great for all sorts of different medical ailments as well. So I look forward to all of these different scientific projects. This Genome project, I keep forgetting the name. It's Phylos. Yeah. So I look forward to that and more. You know, like all the different labs that are going to be being built in the next 5 to 10 years, or even more so, labs at universities that are going to be put to work. Hopefully we'll see a federal change in law in America eventually, but until then it's great to see them passing one state after another and people getting pretty gung-ho on this whole incredible benefits that cannabinoids have. We didn't even know. Smoking it for so long, I mean, my own stepbrother died of cancer, skin cancer, 20 plus years ago, and I had no idea that could have been potentially healed by putting phytocannabinoids directly, whether in an oil or however, right on that skin cancer. That could have changed the outcome of a young man's life. 23 years old, passed away. He could have continued to live. So don't bite your tongue, no matter how hard some of you maybe think you can't be proud of your cannabis use and your cannabis knowledge. When you hear that people are sick, I think it's kind of your duty to tell those people what you know and at least lead them to the information to say, hey, listen, at least look at this. I think it's a way better option than, say, surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, and potentially all sorts of other things. Like taking most pharmaceutical drugs have incredibly detrimental side effects, after effects of taking those drugs and having those surgeries. So I think we owe it to ourselves to at least share with the people we love and the people that come in contact with us on a daily basis. This is information that can get out there only by us sharing it, and don't be afraid to share it. It's sharing is caring, not just when you're sharing a cut, but when you're sharing information that's as important as this information that we like to talk about here on Hash Church. So that's the end of my preaching. I just had to get that out. And yeah, anyone else got anything to add before we shut her down for our 1-year anniversary?
Bong rip, for sure.
Here you go, buddy.
A huge one.
Happy 1 year.
Jeez.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Huge bong rip.
Hell yeah. Super awesome. I'm giddy that you came on, Sam. Thanks, Rick and Ramon, for bringing Sam into the...
You're very welcome, Mark. You're welcome. You know that I love Hash Church and I love what you do. I'm just kind of a shy guy, so.
Hey, off camera, anytime you are welcome. We really appreciated hearing from you and your stories, and I know that this is going to be the Hash Church that gets the most views and the most people talking about it, and that's thanks to a big thanks to you coming in for certain. I also want to thank Josh and Bubba for coming in, and Todd for setting that up. It was great to hear. It was great to hear your guys' history. You know, it was great to hear your guys' perspective, and I like the way you share it. I think it's positive, and I appreciated you coming on to Hash Church, and I'm sure we'll have you guys back on again one day as well. It was a pleasure having you both on, and of course, thank Club Zero. Hopefully Club Zero can do something on the regular on Sundays and have a gathering with people coming in and make them a little bit more of a part of what's going on. Maybe it'll be a regular old people who've never had a chance to speak on the panel to come up to the camera and say a few things. So we thanks for having you guys out.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Yeah, they're trying to do something weekly here. There's a lot of people here just kicking it. If you check it out, the bar. Hey, everybody, say hi to Hash Church.
What's up? Yeah, bar in effect. Now, you know what?
Yeah, we're trying to get it on the big screen next time here. And thanks, Jeff posted it. It's awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
That right there is the inhalation station of vaporization.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh yeah, Horatio, always a pleasure, brother. Thanks for coming on and sharing your questions and your knowledge with us. We do appreciate it. And for those that are no longer with us, we thank Dredd for coming in. Tony, as always, was kind of hilarious today with his terp sauce. That was just absolutely ridiculous how many flavors he dropped on there. So we thank you for your unique perspective. We had Nurse Heather on with us earlier, and a whole variety of people. I thank D420K for being with me today.
It's my pleasure.
Freshening up the rosin, filling up dry sift, non-stop, bringing me glasses of water, a true friend, D420K, the dry sift general. Sam, you would love D420K's hash, I can attest. So everyone, thanks for coming out to Hash Church 52. We really appreciate it, and we hope to see you guys next week. Peace out.
Peace, everybody.